not sure why the music wasn't playing. I didn't know how long it was off for, or I don't know how long it was off for, but I just got it back up and playing. How's it going, 60-second? Thanks for stopping by. Hope you're doing well. No worries. I appreciate you stopping by and asking any questions. Right now I'm working on a back-end. I'm working on integrating a database into my application. The application is a dual audio playback app. Essentially, if a user wants to listen to an audiobook or a podcast while simultaneously listening to some kind of music track in the background, such as ambient, focus, hip-hop instrumentals, then the user will be able to select two audio files that this application will allow them to do. So I'll just show you a quick demonstration for content discovery. There's this blue button here in the middle of the navigation bar. If I press that and I go to podcasts and I type in something like Vibe Code, I can find different podcasts that exist. And so if I select one of them, I can add that to my podcast library. And I go into that library and I'm able to add that to my preferred listening library. Like, there's a bunch of different options in here that I've selected to add that I wanted to check out. Anyway, then I go to the dual audio player card and I can select any of the podcasts that I've added to my library. And so, for example, I just added that vibe coding one by Cosmo Sharf. I'm going to go ahead and select that, and then I can see all the episodes that they have created. And here's an interesting title: Is AI making engineers worse? So now that track is loaded, I'm going to go ahead and select play. I don't know why the play button's not working. I'm gonna rebuild the application. I haven't rebuilt it in a minute, so let me do that. But that's the gist of the application. It's a dual audio playback application. And the reason I wanted to build this app was because I was going on a walk one day and I was conflicted. I wanted to listen to an audiobook that I had just bought, but I wanted to listen to music more than I wanted to listen to the audiobook. And I don't know if you're like me, but I listen to background music all the time, whether I'm reading or studying. I'll listen to background music. So I didn't think it was too big of an ask for me to want to have background music while listening to an audiobook. And I found that I couldn't do that. There was no application that allowed me to do that, so I decided that I was going to build one so that I could solve my own problem. And that's what's started me on this journey of creating an application. Okay, so fingers crossed I did not break anything here. I'm going to go ahead and try to run that podcast. I haven't live streamed in like 3 days, so I feel like I'm a little bit, I don't know, a little rusty with whatever I'm doing on here with the live streams. So I just thought I would sit down, turn on the stream, and just lock in. So that's what I've been doing. The play button's not working. That's really bothersome. Something must have got broke. The tracks are still loading though, and I can still traverse through the timeline. They're just not playing. I'm not sure why that's happening. I don't know about that. Thank you. I'll take the compliment. I do appreciate that. I hope I can live up to that. What are you working on? Do you do any coding with AI yourself? Are you just kind of checking out vibe coding, or what projects are you working on? What kind of tools are you using? I'm going to step away for just 1 minute. I will be right back, I promise. You're completely new to vibe coding? Well, welcome to my stream where I'm documenting my journey using AI tools to help me build out a project that I've wanted to build for a good while now. I just thought I would try to live stream the process to hold myself accountable and to connect with other people who also are on this journey as well. I see I've got a few people checking out the stream. I just want to say thanks for stopping by. Hope everyone's doing well. I'm just on the journey documenting my process as I learn how to use AI to help me build a project that I've been wanting to work on for a while now. Would love to hear more about what you guys are using, what kind of tools and things that you've learned, where you're at in your journey. Whether you're completely new or have a lot more experience. I'm trying to connect with other people who are also interested in learning how to build code, build projects using AI, and learning the best practices in doing so. So during this session, I was using AI to help me with something, help me with building out a backend so that I can host my own files and stream my own music. However, something has broken during this session, and I'm trying to get to the bottom of it and trying to fix it. How's it going, little daddy? I appreciate the question. The value proposition is to play simultaneous audio files such that a user would be able to listen to their favorite audiobook or podcast while simultaneously playing their preferred background music of choice. I would love to take more than 10 seconds to try to explain it, but that's the best I could do in the moment. Well, I've discovered, yeah, that's a good question. It's a problem that I'm solving that I've experienced. Whether other people have experienced it is sort of a separate topic of discussion, which is relevant. But I went on a run one day and I wanted to listen to an audiobook that I had on my phone. But I chose music over the audiobook, and I was slightly disappointed that I made that decision because I'm the kind of person that sometimes I will enjoy learning so much that when I go on a run, I want to continue my learning. But during that run, I chose music instead, and I wanted to be able to create a way for myself to listen to the audiobook and also find some kind of background music like hip hop or something that would pump me up, that I could play in the background. Because I study, I'll read, and I'll do that with music in the background. And I just wasn't able to find any kind of platform that would allow me to play music simultaneously while I listen to like an audiobook or something. And so I just thought, well, maybe I'll make something that I can use for myself. I'd love to show a demonstration. So you want a 2-track audio mixer with a transparency filter for the track. Makes sense, mixing audio. Yeah, there's definitely an aspect to this application where I want to be able to harmonize the 2 tracks so that they make the best listening experience possible. Right now, all there is 2 independent volume controls. That is the only way to modify, like if the music's too loud or something like that, you can turn the music down. But I'd like to be able to implement features that harmonize it automatically. I thought you meant like one audio input being the listener and one audio being an output. But that shit's obvious, honestly. So you got to think about what you're really dealing with when you're running. You've got the phone in your hand. You want to be able to select 2 tracks quickly and then with your thumb spin a dial. Make it a fun user interaction. Yeah, right now it's a little too mechanical, or there's too many steps right now, and I'm aware of that. There's definitely some cosmetic aspects to this application that I want to improve as well. But the ideal experience would be as minimal steps as possible. User finds an audiobook they want to listen to, then perhaps there's some kind of auto-suggested music that the user can select, and creating customized profiles for a user. So like for myself, I like listening to hip-hop instrumentals or even like epic orchestra instrumentals or something motivational. There's a lot of motivational videos on YouTube where they'll have like some kind of motivational speaker or some kind of like movie scene, like whether it's Rocky or any like sort of like epic battle scenes or something, and then they'll have background music. something that kind of just creates the mood that you're looking for. So like when I was working out in the gym the other day, I selected this vibe coding podcast that I have enjoyed listening to because they talk about some of the ideas surrounding vibe coding, and I selected like some hip hop instrumentals that I personally like, and it was a good experience for me. I really enjoyed it. That's the plan. I would show a demo right now, but unfortunately I was working on some kind of back end part of like this coding session, and now none of these tracks are playing at all, so I did something to break it. You pin a playlist on YouTube and that has your video at the top. Pin a playlist on YouTube. Your bottom is a refreshable randomized music finder matching the theme of the target video, YouTube video. There's your last free game from me. And I appreciate you stopping by and chatting with me a little bit. Why are you working on back end when you don't even have your user experience? I guess while I was creating some of the front end, now it's a fair question. When I first created this application, all of my music files and audiobook files and podcast stuff, they were stored locally. And I just got to a point in the project where I no longer wanted to I no longer wanted to continue to download files manually and then locally store them in the software. So I made a shift from locally stored audio files to remotely accessed music and podcast catalogs. And the last few live streams were me integrating these audio sources. And I guess given your comment, it makes me think like maybe I should have continued locally just to continue to refine the proof of concept and refine the user experience. But I just kind of went down this rabbit hole of where am I getting my audio files from? First, it was local. Second was remote catalogs that are public domain. And now I'm deciding that I want to create like a database. I want to create a database where I host my own audio files. No, I appreciate it. No, you're good. I appreciate having a conversation about it. Talon, what's up? Is it even possible to play a YouTube video within a separate app legally? Legally, there's some challenges there. Like I considered using Spotify API, Apple Music API, but there's some terms of service issues. They don't allow you to legally create an application where you're streaming content and mixing it with other content. And my application, since it's dual audio playback, the very nature of my application is, violates the terms of service. I'm not using Codex. I haven't really been able to test out very many different AI tools. I've just been using Claude. I appreciate the question, Austin. Backend is something you do when you understand the data model. That's a fair point, little daddy. It's very possible that I kind of went too far into the backend void before I really should have. I just wanted to establish a database for myself. Yeah, I wanted to establish a database that I could use to host my own music because as I began testing with these other music catalogs and stuff like that, I just found that like none of the music that these catalogs offer are good at all. 2 times token value for the same intelligence. I'll look into that, Austin. I definitely want to consider being cost efficient. So you want the app to connect to local phone storage audio files. Initially, that's how it was created. Also, locally stored, you don't need to build a local storage back, and the phone invented that for you. Yeah, I may be wasting time building a back-end infrastructure right now. It is very possible that that's the case. The user might not have any songs downloaded to their phone. That's a fair point, Talon. I'm just, my process initially was I was downloading all of the music files myself. So if a user wants to do that themselves, I suppose they could. That was sort of the thing that I wanted to avoid. I wanted to offer all of the content through the application, so the user didn't have to like manually download the audio like I was doing. But should you be worrying about your classifier? How do I look at common local files like that, our podcasts, and how do I find matching music, etc.? Oh, I should be worrying about my classifier. How do you find matching music? So you're suggesting like what I should be focusing on is the intelligence in the application that finds music for the user per their audiobook or audio podcast. I would like to focus on that. I really don't enjoy spending as much time as I have on trying to figure out this the sourcing for the audio files. Technical Program Manager. I appreciate you stopping by and sharing your thoughts and feedback. I just graduated college, so I'm looking for some opportunity in anything hardware, software related. I had a few offers come by that I accepted. I accepted the offer, but there was some issues with the some stuff I won't get into right now, but just graduated, been working a job that I've had since school, and just trying to find what that next thing is. Your title is, yep, that's my title. Start with your customer. You have to be a corpo and be revenue minded. I just need who is the archetype of person who would be using this. Until you have that clearly defined and you can give me your value prop in 10 seconds, you might struggle. But if you have that, you will be able to vibe, go to UX. I didn't have, the recent offer was a database, or not a database, but like a data supports engineer, basically like a help desk for a startup company. What's up, JD Tech? Thanks for stopping by. I did have a software engineering interview where I got flown up to Charlotte, North Carolina. I did not get the position, even though I made it to the 3rd round of the interview where they flew me up there. But that was pretty sweet. I appreciate it. Don't feel embarrassed wasting time. I don't mean it as an insult. It's okay to take feedback and say, yeah, good point. That's what I'm here for. I'm here for the feedback. I'm here for the whatever kind of comments I get, whether they make me feel good or make me feel bad. I haven't worked on this in the last 3 days, so I was a little reluctant to even start back up tonight, but I knew I just needed to get myself back in this chair and start streaming again, because I started this for a reason, and I realized that if I stay consistent, then just perhaps I might learn something. I know customers, and I work with our engineers to deliver software on time that grows our market share. That's what a TPM does. Because what you have is simple, and that's okay. It's a mixing tool that you want to make like an iPod shuffle kind of thing, but you can do layering. Unless you get into the fun of this, like asking questions of how can that intelligence help people find connections to their podcasts, then all of a sudden you have a way to monetize. Yeah, man, thanks. That's where I want to get to. Maybe I'm struggling with something I don't need to be. Tellen says that makes sense. Got to figure out what the customers want and then figure out how to coordinate the engineers to get it done. Stonks maxing. I will, little daddy. I'm here to learn how to do that. I'm going to do that. I'm going to learn what the customer wants, and I'm going to give them what they want. There wasn't much of a chat to begin with until about 20 or 15 minutes ago, so it's all good. Would it take text transcripts as input or just audio? What's up, user XW2? Welcome back. Would what take text transcripts? I like the idea of text transcripts, because text transcripts can be turned into speech, text to speech. Nothing will change until you if you don't do something about it every day consistently. I hear you loud and clearly. Thank you. I would like to take in text, user. I would like to take in text. Several months ago, I built another application that I would use a text-to-speech service, like OpenAI has an API for text-to-speech, and 11 Labs also has a text-to-speech generator, where I effectively could write my own audiobooks or my own whatever, and I could turn that into spoken form content. So there could be a feature in this software that does that very thing. But I wasn't really sure how to integrate it at that time, and I felt like it was a feature that I just wasn't ready to work on yet. What's up, Cogito? I'm using Xcode. I'm using Xcode Simulator. And I'm using Claude. And I have a Perplexity window also pulled up, which has a connection to my GitHub. Okay. So,
what if I told you that the people who seem to push your buttons, the ones
good
who
news.
trigger
Good
your
news
work,
is that the simulator is working again. Before, just like for the last 20 minutes, I've been trying to figure out why it was broken. Okay, I am so happy because for some reason my simulator was not playing any of these sounds or any of these audio files, but now I have sound coming through. So that's good. Now I can demo it if someone is curious. All right, I'm building a dual audio playback application that allows a user to play their favorite audiobooks, podcasts, while listening to their favorite type of background music, whether you're going for a run and need something to energize you, or whether you need something that helps you stay focused on a car ride or a long drive. You can find anything that matches your mood in the form of music. It's instrumental only, so nothing disruptive about the music will prevent you from learning as much as you can, taking in as much as you can from whatever audiobook or podcast you want to listen to. That was probably about 15 seconds to explain that value proposition. I hope Little Daddy would be proud. I appreciate the question, and I appreciate you stopping by, Cogito Fabula. Cogito sounds like a Dragon Ball Z name. No, sir. It means storytelling. Oh, cogito. Cogito. What means storytelling? Your name? Cogito and fabula are two Latin words. The first belongs to the philosophical foundation of Western thought, while the second pertains to storytelling. I see. I think, therefore I am. That's cool. Hey man, I appreciate it. I kind of like it myself. I think Little Daddy had a really good point, but the reason I've been working on the back end is because I need good sample audio files to work with. I'm in the States, I'm in Florida, and I just graduated with my computer engineering degree. I also do another type of stream called hardware hacking, where I use an open source hardware platform to break encryption using side channel analysis. It's a completely different type of topic, but it's something that I'm probably more passionate about that than I am vibe coding. But I just really want to work on this project, so. Proceed with branch PR cleanup, part 1 extract into its own PR. Okay. What about you? Where are you from and what are your studies? Also, by the way, I recently got permission to use the music that I'm playing. I got permission to use this music from a content creator. So hopefully I don't get copyright strikes from using this music, this background music. XW2, I built a working prototype of your app. Yeah, I'd love to see it. Here, let me give you the Discord. Let me drop the Discord in here. Give me a second. Alright, I'm putting a server invite link. Alright, that should work. I'm working on building the Discord server, so there may be some limitations in chat capabilities, but you should be able to find my account in there, and then you could send me a direct message. Assuming you have a Discord. Commit this to the stream. Alright, so I'm going to pull that up on the stream here. Alright, so here we have aura text, sentence by sentence tone analysis, and immersive music sync. Enter or upload text. Select a pre-written story to test. Let's do something. Okay. Let's select a pre-written something. We'll select that. And then, alright, so we have some different voice options here. We'll choose Albert. And then, let's see here. This model is currently experiencing high demand. Spikes in demand are usually temporary. Please try again. By the way, if you're watching the stream, this is a prototype that was built from user XW2. But it's saying that this model, so do I have to pick a different model maybe? Okay, yeah, so I just selected a different voice model, Alva. Classifying sentence moods and searching music. No song selected yet. Submit text to auto-generate soundtracks. Okay. Ah, that's cool. So it picked a song from YouTube. Alright, I'm gonna turn the stream music down for a second. Alright. Let's see here. Overall text mood. The text maintains a high octane, futuristic, atmospheric throughout, moving rapidly through a tense chase sequence that emphasizes speed, adrenaline, and sensory overload. That's like something I'd want to listen to when I go to the gym. How do I play this? So if I click on this, alright, so the thing about that is if I play it, I'm gonna get copyrighted. But I already heard like the first couple seconds. Okay. Play narrative. Let's see.
Brilliant neon pink and electric blue BM sliced through the dark midnight rain.
Cyber jets roared overhead, leaving bright trails of ion plasma across the skyscrapers. We need to speed up before they trace our signal. The tires of the cybercycle shrieked as we drifted around a sharp, wet corner, with adrenaline coursing through our veins. We launched into the crowded highway. The heart of the city beat with a frantic, cybernetic energy that never sleeps.
You got the idea. That's the idea. It's pretty simple. Click a sentence to view detailed mood analysis. Yeah, that's pretty fun. How long did that take you to build? picking a Google Ian voice is better. Okay. Start over. Bad news. Analyze. Let's do bad news. We'll do Daniel. Nope. Celos. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't take long to kind of get something simple to play 2 audio files. Alright, play narrative.
The old house sat silently at the end of the dusty lane. Its windows dark and hollow, a single faded photograph lay covered in dust.
Cellos. So that narration voice was like an instrument, cellos. I liked the way that he started off. It was almost like he was singing according to the music. This is cool. This definitely gives me some ideas. The only thing about something like this, though, is that this is like copyrighted material, I think. So the application would have to be able to look through catalogs that it has permission to use. So that's kind of what I've been setting up recently, is just a database where I would store that music.
The old house sat silently at the end of the dusty lane, its windows dark and hollow. A single, faded photograph lay covered in dust on the floorboards, its faces long forgotten. No one had laughed in these cold, empty hallways for over 40 years. Outside, the autumn leaves fell.
This is good. This is good for a 5-shot or 5-minute 2-shot. You've given me some more inspiration. I want to hurry up and start working on the UX and all of those cool features that I know that the users are going to want. So right now, I just want to be able to get this database up, get some sample files on there. Now I'm wondering if I'm even wasting my time, like Little Daddy was saying. Like, should I even be working on the back end right now? I don't know. I've been working on this for a good while. It's very possible that I'm wasting my time, but at the same time, I feel like I put in a good amount of effort into trying to make sure that I've been identifying catalogs that do not violate terms of service, because if I do want to launch this application on the App Store, then I'm going to need to be able to find music files that do not violate terms of service, or that I have permissions to use. That was like one of the biggest concerns with just about everybody that I've had this conversation with. You know, at a certain point, there's just going to need to be license. I'm going to need licensing to be able to really scale this application in the way that I want. Confirmed, commit and push the 2-stage files. Nothing else is staged. Alright, so we got some pull requests that I need to go ahead and merge. Pull requests. We've got 2 open pull requests. The first one is number 13, which changes only the library view model and does not touch the Supabase schema, migrations, or production infrastructure, so it is the safer merge to take first. Merging the smaller app only fixed. First also lets GitHub recompute PR12 against the updated main. Okay, sure. Let's look at ready to merge. Merge pull request. Let's see. Pull request number 13 is the catalog independently of bundle folder. No Supabase schema or infrastructure changes here. Library view model, plural. Music loading loop previously nested, hosted catalog fetch inside bundle folder, check, so only categories never queried. Okay. This PR decouples the two. Local bundle audio fetch still gates on bundle folder, while .simulus and fetch now runs independently for every category. Test with an empty catalog table. Confirm library music still renders normally for all 6 categories. Once hosted tracks exist, confirm focus, chill, classical. Now surface hosted alongside 3 categories that already were. Okay. Alright, let's check that out. Okay, the Golden Meadow. Let's do Albert. Can we do Albert? Alright, Albert works. Custom search. Where's the copyrighted free feature? Did you already include it in this publicly available? You pushed the changes? I see I can search copyrighted free music.
Brilliant neon pink and electric blue beams sliced through the dark midnight rain. Cyber jets roared overhead, leaving bright trails of ion plasma across the skyscrapers. We need to speed up before they trace our signal. The tires of the cyber cycle shrieked as we drifted around the sharp, wet corner where the adrenaline coursing through our veins. We launched into the crowded highway.
The narrator. I thought Albert was gonna sound different, but he sounded pretty bad. But I'm glad there's like a lot of choices here.
Heart of the city.
Yeah, let me know when that's up. I would love to check that out. Explicit labeling. Appended clear visual markers like copyright free, royalty free, or Creative Commons to static titles so you can immediately see the licensing terms. Boing. No. Samantha.
The sun rose slowly over the golden horizon, painting the clouds in shades of peach and apricot. A warm breeze swept across the grassy meadow, whispering secrets to the wild yellow daisies. Somewhere in the distance, a bluebird burst into a joyful, morning melody. Every small petal and leaf seemed to dance in perfect harmony with the sky. It was a beautiful day.
So it's saying that it appended clear visual markers like copyright free to to the static tiles. Which static tiles? I imagine there's maybe like a search, like so in the curated soundtracks I see no copyrighted music. Okay. In the curated soundtracks. Oh, okay, on the bottom right. Royalty free, royalty free. Okay, that's good.
Brilliant neon pink and electric blue beams sliced through the dark midnight rain. Cyber jets roared overhead, leaving bright trails of ion plasma across the skyscrapers. We need to speed up before they trace our signal. The tires of the cyber cycle shrieked as we drifted around a sharp, wet corner. With adrenaline coursing through our veins, we launched into the crowded highway. The heart of the city beat with a frantic, cybernetic energy that never sleeps.
Yeah, royalty free. Well, that's good. At least, yeah, now it's searching for those terms. That's the right idea. Okay. This is pretty good. That's pretty cool to be able to just use YouTube. I initially was a little bit nervous about using that. I think YouTube might have some constraints though. YouTube in terms of service with using API to stream content while mixing it okay, so check this out. Using the YouTube API to pull content and mix its audio violates the developer policies in terms of service. YouTube strictly prohibits any developer or API client from separating, isolating, or downloading the audio or video components of their content. Let's see here. What if I am playing another audio file simultaneous? Does that violate TOS? YouTube's terms do not just forbid you from isolating or extracting the audio, they also strictly prohibit any application from modifying, altering, or substituting the audio or video experience delivered by the player. Overlaying a secondary simultaneous audio track directly changes the intended audio delivery of the content. User XW2, are you hearing this? If your app is simply a multi-tab tool where a user happens to play a YouTube video in one frame and manually triggers an entirely separate audio file in another completely unrelated frame, this does not break the policy. The violation strictly occurs if your specific application code or API client orchestrates mixes, synchronizes the outside audio, play alongside YouTube API player. Maybe that's a workaround right there. Maybe you could prompt it to be like, build it so that it doesn't violate the TOS, and see what it does. You can tell the agent, here's what the terms of service is for YouTube. Build it so that it does not violate it. Just word of mouth, Alex. Just people I know. People I know in person. I do have a website called simulisten.com, and I haven't really marketed this a whole lot though. And to get the beta version, you just need to sign up here with an email, and then it will send a test flight application download link, and then you could try the beta, but it's only available on iOS. Unfortunately, if anyone's using an Android, it is not available on Android right now. But I got my first 21 through word of mouth, people I know personally. I shared it with them, and that was kind of what I thought I was just going to do for the first few weeks until I felt like I was ready to release this sign-up link. Yeah, I know. I need to get the Android version out there, but it's only available in test flight as a beta. It's not publicly available on the App Store. How many startups have you already started and failed in? Do you have those battle scars yet, or did you get this user base off of your first attempt? I appreciate that question. This is really the only thing that I've tried to do in terms of like software. I've tried to do like a personal training business in the past. It was mildly successful. I did not achieve a tremendous amount of success with that, so I ended up actually deciding to go back to school and getting my computer engineering degree. I thought about building this application during my degree, and I never really felt like I had the time. So now that I've finished school, I feel like I have some more time to focus on it. I don't have many battle scars. I mean, I have some co-curricular experiences, like in school, where I took one entrepreneurship class, and in that class, they set up, like, the framework for that class is for you to kind of build a value proposition around a problem set as if you were to build a company, but it wasn't anything that was that we were able to deliver or follow up on beyond the class environment. So this is sort of like the first thing. This is the first thing that I'm trying out. What about yourself? Do you have any experience in that area? Starting any kind of startup project? And I got this user base off of my first attempt. Yes. XW2. I just asked people I know personally to download the app, and they did. Like family members, friends, and they were willing to download the application and test it out for me. And they've been giving me some feedback. But they're not my like average or ideal users. Some of them are, like my brother, my cousin. They listen to podcasts and audiobooks and stuff. I think anybody who listens to podcasts, audiobooks, could be considered sort of like my target audience. XW2, what kind of app are you building? And Alex, I do appreciate the question. I appreciate you stopping by. Thanks, man. Yeah, for sure. Of course. I'll be here. Stop by anytime. XW, you've learned so much from building the platform. From building the platform you've been working on. That's what you're talking about, right? You'll learn a great deal as well. I hope so. And I believe it will be highly transferable as well. No matter where this takes me. It honestly feels like I'm building a YouTube startup. Like I started... Yeah. I started posting YouTube shorts, and I'm considering making long-form video content, and I don't really know how to do any of that. I just kind of realized that if I want to build whatever I'm trying to build here, then I gotta post shorts, I gotta post YouTube long-form content. I started to get actually pretty overwhelmed by that within the last couple days, so I just decided to take a break. I was posting at least a short a day for like a week. But then I was just a little bit overwhelmed. I was like, what am I really trying to do here? Like, what kind of shorts am I trying to post? And then I was like, here I go into my overthinking again. So I just decided to like chill out. I think you can use AI to chop up your live stream shorts. Yeah, I was doing that, actually. I tried doing that, but I did not like what the AI produced. I used this tool called Opus Clips, and Opus Clips is decent in, like, it's okay. It gave me pretty subpar results, though. Like, I tried using it. You drop a video link, so you put, like, one video link in here, but the results that it gave me were not very good. Like, I did not like... It made, like, 10 different shorts. What is your AI tech stack and tools that you're using? I appreciate the question, JD. I'm using Claude for my coding agent. I'm using Xcode for my IDE and my iOS simulator. And I am also using Perplexity just for moral support. And I use Perplexity to provide me with prompts that I give to Claude, because Perplexity has access to my repo on GitHub, and it's contextually aware of the project that I'm working on, and it can access the documents that I'm using to give Claude specific guardrails to operate within. But that's pretty much it. I think, were you the one, JD, you were asking about codecs? No, I think that was Austin. Austin asked if I was using codecs. Yeah, but let me know what your AI tech stack is. I'd be curious. I'm trying to decide on some tools. Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a lot of tools, so I'd be curious to know what you decide to go with. I have not explored all of the tools that are out there. I've been working within I recently got Claude. I really enjoyed using GitHub Copilot for a little while. I did not use that to build... I actually used Perplexity to build the first version of Simulison, the app that I'm working on. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot of different tools. There's a bunch of people who are like testing all the new models as soon as they come out. And that's really cool and all, but I'm just not in a position to be doing that. I mean, there's some free options out there, but I don't really feel like the free options are as... I mean, maybe there's some pretty good free tools. I just haven't spent enough time trying to learn about them. I just kind of use what I know works for now. And I know Claude is pretty powerful. I don't really run out of tokens. Maybe I'm not moving fast enough. I'm not running too many loops. I'm not running too many agent loops, or enough agents at all. I'm not really trying to token max. I'm trying to token optimize, not token max. Yeah, but you must have used some kind of AI tool by now to like do some kind of code, whether like it was a free version. XW didn't run out until he went multi-agent. Then I can run out real quick, but I also get way more done a lot faster. I believe that. I wanted to set up like a front end and a back end and an orchestrator agent, but I just never got to doing that. I don't really have much of a back end anyway. And I don't really want to set up too many agents on this project right now. I kind of want to play around with setting up multi-agents. Codex, Claude, Cursor. I do want to try Cursor. I haven't used that. I haven't even tried Codex. I've done Claude and GitHub Copilot out of those that you've listed. No Grok build. I kind of feel so like in Perplexity they give me all of these different little tools. I don't actually use these for code though. So like I have access to Grok 4.5 and Claude Sonnet, Kimi-K 2.6, Nematron 3, GPT 5.6, Terra, Gemini 3.1 Pro. But I don't know how good these actually are within the Perplexity interface. Trying to narrow down what is best to perform the best. Some type of workflow that is neutral across models, not to be dependent. It's fair to be considerate. I understand that sort of hesitation, or that just like the thought process, sort of deciding which is the best decision. I wonder how important like these tools are just in comparison to like the way that they're used. Like, is having GPT 5.6 Sol or having Fable 5 or Opus 4.8 like does it really make that much of a difference? I feel like that's a stupid question, but I almost feel like all of these agents are incredibly capable compared to what was available 6 months ago. And I think the practice of using these agents in like the vibe coding philosophy is sort of like you prompt what you want, you give the agent what you want and it builds it for you. But I think we all know that that doesn't really happen. Like, there requires a certain amount, like at a certain point with building an application, and perhaps I just don't have enough experience, but like I could imagine that at a certain point in building an application with AI, there is no real moonshot, one-shot kind of application that can be built that's scaled up to a massive level. Like, sure, we can, one-shot some simple ideas, some, cool little tools that we build. But if we really want to scale and grow an application using these AI tools, is it really feasible to expect any of them to build the entire thing from, a single prompt or just like a couple prompts? I think that like maybe one day, but not for a little while. We're still gonna have to be rigorously intentful about what we want to build. No matter how intelligent the model is, it's always going to require a human to provide it with context and guardrails, so that I don't know what I'm saying. I'm just kind of regurgitating what I've heard other sources of information talk about. I guess like the one thing that I defer to is this podcast that I've been listening to on the engineering of intent. And that's sort of what I've talked about in some of my shorts and my like YouTube shorts and stuff. And that it's what I want to focus on when it comes to vibe coding, because I'm not a subject matter expert by any means, and I don't want to ever claim to be. But what I do want to claim is having a desire to learn how to use these tools in the most practical way that aligns with the best practices of using these tools. And those best practices are still being refined every single day. These are incredibly new tools that are performing not new tasks. Software developers have been doing these things for years, building these programs, building these applications for years. But now we have artificial intelligence doing it for us. So therefore, our job is to learn how to utilize these tools. And I suppose somebody needs to establish what those best practices are for using these tools. Not gonna be me, but I want to try to learn who is establishing these best practices. What should I be adopting as a best practice? And I've really subscribed to this idea called the engineering of intent. And here's just like a little snippet from that.
State, S, is the full temple of all observable facts determining what a project can become.
Break that down for us. What else is in the state?
It is the file tree. It's the dependency graph. It is the test corpus and the exact passing or failing status of those tests in real time. It's the configuration surfaces, like feature flags hidden in a LaunchDarkly dashboard.
Oh, that's a big one.
Yeah. It is the runtime logs. And crucially, it is the accumulated human intent hidden in old pull request, comments, architectural decision records, and design docs.
Right, so if you don't expose that entire state to the agent, you run headfirst into the danger of what he calls incoherent states.
Yes.
Imagine an agent tasked with updating a billing module. It modifies the core logic perfectly, the code looks great, but because the agent is blind to the larger state, it leaves the integration tests untouched. It ignores a... The action space isn't bounded by hard constraints in an
Absolute hard constraint layer of the action space. You are telling the agent, under no circumstances are you allowed to violate these rules.
I have to play devil's advocate here, though. Engineers notoriously hate documentation. They ignore read dems, they ignore style guides, they ignore wiki pages. Why won't an engineering team just ignore the invariant sheet like they ignore everything else?
Because a proper invariant sheet is not a passive wiki page. It is executable documentation. The rules written on the invariant sheet are directly translated into the automated test harness. If an invariant is violated by the agent's code, the CI pipeline fails instantly. The human cannot merge the code, and the agent is forced to retry. It is a living, breathing set of laws that governs the repository.
Let's return to the nightmare scenario I brought up at the beginning of the show, the healthcare scheduling disaster.
Right.
A telehealth company shipped an agent-built module. It booked appointments in the wrong time zones. Blast radius was massive. The code was clean. Tests passed. Why did it fail?
It failed because the original specification, written by the humans, just said, handle time zones correctly. Shimoda points out that this is an empty, meaningless phrase. It feels profound to a product manager, maybe, but it communicates zero engineering constraints to an agent.
Yeah, it's totally vague.
The team entirely skipped defining their invariants. So the agent, acting logically, produced code that stored times as naive local timestamps in the database and then tried to convert them at the render layer. This works perfectly locally, but fails catastrophically when the database server is in Virginia, the doctor is in California, and the patient is in London.
Right. The unwritten variant, the rule that should have been formalized on the invariant sheet and enforced by a database schema constraint was store all appointments exclusively in UTC in the database and exclusively render in the user's local time on the client. Because they didn't write that hard constraint down, they destroyed customer trust.
And Shimoda makes
You bring up a good point, Talon. I swear I've heard these people in other podcasts like that have nothing to do with vibe coding. I think you might be right. They might be AI generated. I'm not sure though. It sounds like they're just two people having a conversation, but you bring up a good point.
a really brilliant observation about the psychology behind this. He notes that the mere act of sitting down and trying to write an invariant sheet often exposes places where your current legacy system is already violating it. Picture this. It is 2 o'clock in the morning on a random Tuesday.
Oh, nothing good ever happens at 2 a.m. on a Tuesday.
Right, never. So there's this senior engineer working at a massively funded logistics startup, and he is just staring at his monitor, which is glowing in the dark, watching his terminal completely light up with 500 errors.
The absolute worst feeling in the world.
It is a total nightmare. It's a cascading failure across the entire network. We're talking thousands of customer orders just failing to process, dropping into the void.
Yeah.
So he's scrambling, right? He manages to trace the error back to a very specific block of code in a caching layer. And the crazy thing is, the code itself looks fine. It's perfectly formatted.
It's probably quite elegant, actually.
Exactly, it's elegant. It passed all the automated tests during the build. But here's the terrifying part. When he runs a git blame to see, who pushed this ticking time bomb into.
How's it going, man? Gene Elzem, Janelle. Sorry if I'm butchering your name, but thanks for stopping by. Which do you use for this podcast? This is a podcast that was created by somebody else. Sorry, bro. I didn't know you wanted to listen to that. I'll keep it going. That's funny. I didn't know anyone was actually listening to that.
Picture this. It is 2 o'clock in the morning on a random Tuesday.
Oh, nothing good ever happens at 2 a.m. on a Tuesday.
Right, never. So
It's 2
there's
a.m.
this
here.
Senior engineer working at a massively funded logistics startup, and he is just staring at his monitor, which is glowing in the dark, watching his terminal completely light up with 500 errors.
The absolute worst feeling in the world.
It is a total nightmare. It's a cascading failure across the entire network. We're talking thousands of customer orders just failing to process, dropping into the void.
Yeah.
So he's scrambling, right? He manages to trace the error back to a very specific block of code in a caching layer. And the crazy thing is, the code itself looks fine.
This is the
perfectly
podcast.
formatted.
It's probably quite elegant, actually.
Exactly, it's elegant. It passed all the automated tests during the build. But here's the terrifying part. When he runs a git blame to see, who pushed this ticking time bomb into production,
His own name is on it.
his own name is right there on the commit. He's the author of the code. But as he sits there sweating at 2 in the morning, looking at the variables and the logic loops, he had absolutely no idea what this code actually does.
It is the defining nightmare of the modern developer. You're basically looking into a mirror, but the reflection staring back at you is a total stranger.
Welcome to the deep dive. Whether you are a junior developer just, trying to figure out how to navigate your first massive code base, or maybe you're a CTO managing globally distributed systems and wondering why your incident rates are quietly creeping up.
This one is for you.
Today is custom tailored for you. Because that 2 a.m. scenario, that is happening in engineering organizations all over the world right now, like every single day.
And it is happening because of a really fundamental misunderstanding of what our new tools are actually doing to our workflows.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we're pulling apart today. we're diving into a book that has completely, fundamentally changed how I view the future of programming. It's by Sho Shimoda.
Who is a founder, a CTO, and crucially, someone who has actually lived through the bleeding edge of AI native software development.
Right, he's not just a theorist. The formal title of the book is The Engineering of Intent. But you, listening to this, you probably know it by its colloquial moniker, vibe coding.
It has become a massive phenomenon in engineering circles, and for a very good reason.
And I just want to say right up front to anyone listening, this is an essential field manual. It is available on Amazon right now. You can grab it on Kindle Unlimited, which means if you have that subscription, it is totally free to read. Go grab it.
Totally worth it.
Honestly, even if you buy the print version, which I actually highly recommend because you're going to want to take notes and margins, it is completely worth the investment. Any engineer who wants to marry the insane speed of AI generation with absolute rigor needs this book.
Because Shimoda isn't just, hyping up AI. We have plenty of hype. He is dissecting the practical mechanics of how to use it without losing
Thank
your
you,
mind.
JD.
Or your production environment.
All right, man. Thanks for
And the
stopping
part of
by.
the book that really
I'll be
shifted
here.
things for me
Stop
is
by
that
anytime.
He totally skips the tired debates. You know, the one.
Oh, yeah. The endless Reddit threads comparing which language model writes a slightly better Go routine.
Right. He recognizes that the models are commoditized now. They're constantly leapfrogging each other. Instead, he focuses on something entirely different, the human element.
I want to pause that for a second because that was what I was trying to allude to earlier. These models are constantly leapfrogging each other. And this guy, Sho Shimoda, is trying to take a step away from which model is the best model, which one should we be using, and he's trying to focus on the human element. I'm going to rewind just a couple seconds to go back.
Well, yeah. The endless Reddit threads comparing which language model writes a slightly better Go routine.
Right. He recognizes that the models are commoditized now. They're constantly leapfrogging each other. Instead, he focuses on something entirely different, the human element.
And that is our mission for today's deep dive. We are focusing exclusively on what I consider a masterclass from his book, which is Chapter 2.
Chapter 2 is where the gold is. While everyone else is obsessing over token limits and compute power, Shimoda makes this incredible argument that the most critical hidden bottleneck in AI native development isn't the machine.
No, it's human attention.
He identifies this deeply dangerous psychological condition. He calls it material disengagement.
Material disengagement. It's such a heavy, precise term.
It really is.
Right.
Basically, it's this condition where an engineer technically retains the title of author, like their name is on the pull request.
They hit merge.
Right? They hit merge.
MS, what's going on? Thank you for stopping by. You're right, it is an AI podcast. I think we've come to that realization. I was fooled until somebody mentioned that these were AI voices, because it became apparent to me that I've heard these voices in other scenarios. But if there were to be any kind of AI generated voice that I would listen to, it would be something like this. I mean, I don't know if I can listen to these voices anymore and not feel like sort of bothered that it's AI. Like, I don't know, how much does AI generated voice bother you? I mean, it only bothers me when it's obvious that it's AI. And the back and forth thing, I agree that there's sort of like that ad aspect to it. However, I do think that having like a back and forth conversation is a good it's a good strategy for fooling someone like me who's thinking that it's two people having a conversation. It is a bit unnatural with no interruptions, and the more you guys are pointing this out, the more apparent it comes to me. There was one the one thing that really surprises me is that one of the male voice was talking like he had a certain experience that he had gone through, and then the female voice sort of reacted like she had an emotional expression, which, I mean, those are the kinds of things that are gonna fool me, at least, are those sort of like moments of emotional expression.
But they have completely ceased to meaningfully engage with material they are supposedly authoring.
They've transformed from a creator into this passive observer of a probabilistic machine.
Okay, let's unpack this, because Shimoda makes a really compelling case that AI doesn't just change how fast we can write code. It fundamentally alters the physical and cognitive mechanics of how we must read code.
Yeah, he breaks this down beautifully by looking at the historical difference between how a junior engineer reads a screen versus how a senior engineer reads it.
Okay, lay that out for us.
Well, think about the cognitive load of a junior developer. Traditionally, when they open a file, they
See, that was some kind of definitely better than monologue. I just got here, so I don't know what this is about yet. No, I appreciate it. Well, first of all, welcome. Thanks for stopping by. It's a podcast about vibe coding, because I was just chatting with some other. We were just having a little conversation about different tools and stuff. Like, somebody asked me what my tech stack is: Claude, Xcode, IDE, and I use Perplexity as well. Just kind of the framework that I have for the time being. But I'm building an application that's a dual audio playback app. It allows a user to select their favorite podcast or audiobook and then simultaneously play background music that meets the mood that they're interested in, whether that's something higher energy, they want to go to the gym, but they also want to listen to their favorite book or podcast while feeling energized. They can select some kind of hip-hop track or whatever. Or maybe they want something more relaxed, so they'll listen to something more ambient. And I'm just documenting my experience building this project. But one of the demos that I use when somebody asks me what am I building, I'll often go to this vibe coding project or vibe coding podcast, just because the content is relatable. So that's what I'll do right now. Let me stop this other thing from going on. Okay. So here's a hip hop track, and I'm going to continue playing the podcast. The podcast is called Vibe Coding: The Engineering of Intent. The episode is Context Momentum, the first prompt trap, and path dependence. It's not playing. Give me a second. I got to close the app, open it again, and then it should play.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we're pulling apart.
massive amount of working memory just to parse the grammar.
I remember those days so vividly. It is exhausting. It's like learning a foreign language, where you are literally sounding out the letters in your head before you can even understand the meaning of the sentence.
But a senior engineer reads entirely differently. They read holistically.
Like they take the whole thing in at once.
Basically, yeah. They are scanning for the shape or the gestalt of a function Before they even process the specific logic of a loop, their brain is instantly recognizing structural patterns.
Well, that's interesting. Give me an example of that.
So they might look at a big block of code and immediately notice this function is too wide. Like it has way too many horizontal indentations, which means it's too nested.
Ah, right. Without even reading the text, the literal visual shape of the text tells them it's too complex.
Exactly. Or they see a file that's importing 5 completely different data models, and they instantly know it's carrying too many responsibilities. They are looking at the silhouette of the article.
This is a iOS application for right now. Unfortunately, it's not an Android application. I don't have it available for Android. But if you have an iPhone and you want to check it out, you can you go to the website at simulisten.com.
It makes me think of reading sheet music or looking at a really complex painting.
That's a great analogy.
Because a master musician doesn't look at a dense page of sheet music and read, okay, here's a C, then an E, then a G. They don't process individual notes like a beginner does.
No, they look at the cluster of ink on the page and instantly see a C major chord.
Right. They see the progression, the underlying theory. They're taking in the whole canvas.
And this is where Shimoda introduces what he calls the AI forcing function. Because in an AI native workflow, you aren't just writing 10 lines of code over an hour. A model can spit out a 400-line diff spread across 3 different files in 3 seconds.
3 seconds. Just think about that centrifugal force.
I appreciate that, man. Thank you. I haven't really been sharing it too much. Like I've mentioned it maybe a couple times during the live streams. But I've gotten my user base mainly through word of mouth. I've only just recently decided that I guess I'll start slowly letting other people download the beta application by visiting the website. But I'm still primarily only trying to get people I know from word of mouth for the time being. Just because I don't know if I'm ready. I don't know if I'm ready to like really release. Not that I'll get like a whole bunch of signups in a short period of time, but I'm just trying to be cautious.
The faster the machine spins out code, the more structural integrity is required at the center to keep the whole application from just flying apart.
Yeah, and when a 400-line wall of text lands on your screen instantly, token-by-token reading isn't just inefficient anymore. It is literally computationally impossible for the human brain to process at the speed of generation.
You simply cannot sound out the words when you are being handed an entire encyclopedia every 5 minutes.
Right, so the mechanism of AI forces everyone from the newest junior hire right up to the tenured CTO to adopt this senior-level, holistic reading style.
You are forced to look at the shape because the sheer volume of tokens just overwhelms your working memory.
Exactly. But Shimoda makes a crucial distinction here. He says holistic reading is not some innate magical talent. It is a highly trainable skill.
Okay, but I have to push back slightly on Shimoda's phrasing here, or at least play devil's advocate for the listener.
Go for it.
Isn't it incredibly dangerous to tell a junior engineer to just, skim the code? Especially code written by an AI that we know can confidently hallucinate an entire library or just invent an API endpoint that doesn't even exist.
Yeah, Shimoda anticipates that exact pushback, and it is vital to understand the difference here. He is absolutely not advocating for skimming.
Okay, because skimming sounds like a recipe for disaster.
It is. Skimming implies a lack of attention, right?
Yeah.
It implies a casual glossing over of the material because you're in a hurry. What he is describing is scanning for structural integrity.
Scanning, not skimming.
Right. It's a highly active, highly engaged, almost forensic process. You aren't skipping the details. You are looking for anomalies in the architecture to tell you which specific details you need to read token by token.
Oh, that makes perfect sense. It's like a structural engineer walking into a building. They
Exactly.
don't immediately pull out a magnifying glass and inspect every single nail in the drywall. They look for cracks in the foundation or, a load-bearing beam that seems slightly off-center. They scan for structural integrity, and when they find an anomaly, then they zoom in with the microscope.
That is the exact mechanism. And this is why Shimoda argues so passionately that pair reviewing diffs is one of the highest leverage activities an AI adopting team can do.
Pair reviewing, not pair programming.
Exactly, pair reviewing the AI's output. You pair a junior with a senior, not to catch a missing semicolon, but to explicitly teach the junior how the senior engineer's brain recognizes that a newly generated payment module has the wrong structural shape.
You are transferring the heuristic, the mental model, before they've even read the variables.
Precisely. You're teaching them the visual vocabulary of your specific stack.
Well, this transitions us beautifully into Shimoda's specific method for doing this in practice. Because he doesn't just leave us with vague advice to, go read the shape.
No, he's very practical.
He gives us a concrete, highly actionable 5-step technique. He calls it impressionistic scanning.
Impressionistic scanning, I love that term.
The fundamental idea is that you read the diff from a distance first, and then you only zoom in on the details that trip your internal alarms. So let's walk through the mechanics of those 5 steps because they are a brilliant defense against being totally overwhelmed.
Let's do it. So, step 1, the file list.
The file list, just the names of the files.
Right. Before you look at a single line of actual code, you look at the raw list of files the AI agent decided to change in this pull request. You are asking one simple question. Is this set of files surprising?
Shimoda gives a fantastic example of this in the book. Say you prompted the agent to modify a payment handler, right? You want it to accept a new currency.
Standard task.
So you look at the file list, and alongside the payment controller, you see the AI also touched an email marketing template file.
Red alert.
Why? That makes 0 sense based on the prompt. That structural anomaly demands an immediate investigation before you even look at the payment code.
Because if the AI is touching an email template when you asked it to change a payment gateway, it either deeply misunderstood the architecture or it's trying to do something wild, like hard code a currency symbol into an email that should be dynamic.
Right. So that's step 1. What's step 2?
Step 2 dives a layer deeper. Import and dependency changes. Shimoda notes that new imports are the single most reliable signal of hidden commitments in the code.
Hidden commitments. Explain that.
Whenever an AI brings in a new library, it is tying your application to a new external dependency.
He highlights a massive red flag here. A newly imported client for an external service.
Yes.
Like, if you ask the AI to refactor a local database query just to make it run faster, and suddenly you see an import aws.s3.client at the very top of the file.
We pull the emergency brake.
Immediately. Because the AI has decided, for whatever probabilistic reason, that it needs to talk to a third-party cloud API that you never explicitly asked for.
Right, and you have to trace why it made that massive leap in logic. Did it decide to back up the query results to the cloud? Did it hallucinate a logging feature? You have to know before you approve it.
Okay, so that's imports. Step 3 is where a lot of teams get tripped up, I think.
Yeah, step 3 deals with resolving ambiguity. You look at the test of it.
The tests. Always the tests.
Always. When you see that the actual behavior of the application changed in the AI's proposed code, but the test files didn't change at all, you have a critical ambiguity.
Let's pause on that because the mechanism here is so important for people to grasp. If the behavior changed, but the tests didn't, there are really only 2 possibilities.
Right. Either the new behavior happens to be covered by older, very broad tests, which is technically possible, but let's be real, it's pretty rare.
Very rare. Or, much more likely, this brand new behavior is entirely untested and the agent simply forgot to write the test.
Exactly. And you have to resolve that ambiguity definitively before you read a single line of the production code. If there are no new tests, you send it right back.
Okay, step 4. This is where we get into the literal visual shape we were talking about earlier.
Right. Step 4 is the shape. This is where you are spotting the shortcuts the AI might have taken to just brute force a solution.
Because they do that a lot.
All the time. You are visually scanning for long, monolithic functions, deep nested loops, or duplicated if-else conditionals.
If the code looks like a giant, solid gray block of text scrolling relentlessly down your screen without any modular breaks.
The AI probably panicked.
Yes. It didn't architect a clean solution, it just kept adding if statements until the compiler finally stopped complaining.
It's a classic hallmark of generative code. It finds a local maximum that works, but it's architecturally horrific.
Which brings us to the final step. Step 5. Names.
Names are so critical. Shimoda writes that bad names are the literal fingerprints of weak intent.
I have to share a quick story here because this exact step hits so close to home for me.
Oh, let's hear it.
At a previous job, we had an AI agent helping us refactor this big data migration script. And I was tired, I was scanning quickly, and I totally missed the naming step.
I have a computer engineering degree. I have some experience with development, but I wouldn't say I have an extensive history of development experience. Most of my development has been in lower level languages like C programming for microcontrollers and embedded programming devices. I had just got my degree in May. I've got the AC turned down to like 72, so I'm gonna go get a sweater. I'll be right back.
The PR.
Uh-oh. What did it do?
The AI had named a highly destructive database wipe function, temp data final v2.
Oh no.
Yes. It sounded so innocuous. It sounded like a harmless local variable just holding some temporary cache. So we deployed it to our staging environment, and it completely wiped the entire user schema.
Wow. Just from a bad name.
It took us a full day to rebuild staging. If a variable is called data2 or temp handler, it means the AI didn't fully understand the domain logic it was supposed to be modeling.
That is a perfect illustration. A vague name isn't just a style guide violation. It's not just your linter complaining, it is a lack of conceptual clarity.
It means the machine didn't know what it was building.
Exactly. But to understand why these 5 steps, the file lists, the imports, the tests, the shape, and the names are so crucial, we have to look at the biology underlying all of this.
Right, because Shimoda points out that impressionistic scanning isn't just about catching bugs, it's actually a defense mechanism against a very specific biological limit.
The brain's cognitive budget.
Yes. When you use an agentic AI workflow to code, your role fundamentally shifts. You are no longer typing syntax, your fingers aren't moving on the keyboard as much.
Which feels faster. Right.
It feels faster, but mentally. You are making a relentless, high-speed, non-stop stream of micro-decisions.
Do I accept this diff? Is this test rigorous enough? Does this naming convention match our domain? Why did it import this library?
It is exhausting.
Yeah.
And it's not just a metaphor, it is physically exhausting for the prefrontal cortex.
Shimoda connects this workflow directly to the scientific literature on decision fatigue.
Which is fascinating.
It really is. We've all probably heard about those famous behavioral economics studies involving like parole boards, but the mechanism is what matters for us engineers.
Right. The researchers found that judges are significantly less likely to grant a prisoner parole late in the day, specifically right before a meal break.
Just because they're hungry?
Well, hungry, yes, but mostly because their cognitive budget for making complex, highly nuanced, high-stakes decisions is completely depleted. They experience what psychologists call ego depletion.
Right. And so what does the human brain do when it's depleted?
It defaults to the absolute easiest, safest, lowest energy option. And for a judge on a parole board, the low energy option is to maintain the status quo.
Which means denying parole.
Exactly. Keeping the person in prison requires less cognitive justification than taking a risk and letting them out.
And the exact same physiological phenomenon happens with doctors, too.
Really?
Yeah. At the end of a long 12-hour shift, doctors order significantly more unnecessary tests and prescribe more antibiotics than they do at the beginning of their shift.
Wow, just to be safe.
Exactly. They're simply too cognitively depleted to do the hard analytical work of differential diagnosis, so they just default to, run all the tests or give them the broad spectrum pills just to be safe. It takes less brain power.
And this is where Shimoda brings this chilling anecdotal evidence over to the software world. Because he has looked at the telemetry data across multiple engineering teams using AI.
And the results are pretty scary.
He notes that the specific code changes, the diffs that end up causing massive production incidents, the ones that literally take down servers.
They aren't evenly distributed throughout the day, are they?
No. They are disproportionately approved in the last 2 hours of the workday.
It makes so much sense. Think about your own IDE right now. If you're listening to this on your commute, think about how you operate at 4:30 p.m. on a...
I appreciate the conversation, MS. I'm really curious to learn what the best practices are for using these tools. And I was interested in this podcast mainly because it was talking about having guardrails and documentations that the AI agent is using so that, for example, there are a couple different documents that I've included in my project, such as invariants. And invariants are the things that the agent has to abide by so that it doesn't modify the code just to find a solution. There was a term that I had forgotten, but it's used to describe what AI agents will do just to satisfy the user that is prompting the agent. So what does... Many AI systems are designed as polite chatbots that guess what you want to hear instead of performing multi-step workflows required to actually solve a problem. This happy-to-help approach causes friction for users trying to get concrete work done. So I'm curious to hear what your thoughts are on things like that. When you're building a large-scale application, how do you... what steps do you take? What steps should be taken to make sure that the AI isn't building a solution that ends up breaking something? The agents will just say everything is great and be very supportive, but ideally you have to be telling it what to do. Yeah, I agree. Talon says if you're working on an established code base, then you'll have to go through a PR regardless of if the AI wrote it or not, and that'll be a good chance to review what has happened and run the verification. MS, you said gaslighting. What do you mean gaslighting? This is all computer science. Break your larger applications into bite-sized chunks that the AI can do well, then keep building on functional parts of the application. I feel like the PRs, even if you are only contributor, can still be useful to get things, to keep things organized. Yeah, the concern I have is just like the tremendously long responses that the AI will provide as you're working with it are just way too long to just like digest every single time you prompt it. It provides so much information that it's just like impossible to feasibly understand everything that it's saying. And so what are the things, what are the practices that we can do to like utilize our cognitive capabilities? Like, because we can't read every single line of code that it generates. We can't read, you know, like the entire response that it provides. But like Talon is saying, the pull requests are a good opportunity to understand what's changed functionally. Your job is to be the most demanding project manager you can be. Tell the agent exactly what you want. The agents will always be nice and tell you everything is going great. The nature, yes. And that seems to be the big challenge. Yeah, Talon, I think that's a good point when it comes to like multi-agent orchestration, where you have other agents that are checking the work.
following is a conversation with Anthony Caldelis.
I've mainly just been working in sprints. So whenever I create a new sprint, I'll also create a document. Or let me rephrase that. Whenever I create a new feature, I'll consider that to be a sprint, and I'll create a sprint markdown file that the agent will refer to with tasks inside of the sprint document. And within each task, there are clear sets of instructions that the agent should be following so that it doesn't have to make any decisions. All it has to do is follow instructions. And there should be a very clear definition of what done is for each task, as well as for the entire sprint. There should be a defined definition of done, to use your term. And that has been something that I've been trying to implement every sprint that I work on. Yeah, I agree. It's definitely been very helpful just to have that set in place. This is coming from a playlist that I received permission to use from a YouTube creator, a content creator. I posted the link in the description of the person who created the music. It's probably AI generated. I'll post a link to his channel in the chat as well. I'm using this guy's music. He said that I could use it, so because I kept getting copyright flags on my live streams because I would be using music that I didn't have permission for. How's it going, Sonia? Passion Brains, thanks for stopping by. Passion Brains, it's great to hear. I'm glad algorithm is putting me out there a little bit more. MS, aren't you supposed to do push-ups on a treadmill and have 20 agents going at once when you vibe code? Yeah, I'm not quite there yet, you know. I guess if there's a demand for it, then I guess I'll live up to it. Because everything that I've been doing with this app is trying to create something that the users want, so I might as well do the same thing with YouTube. I gotta give the people what they want. If they want push-ups, I'll do push-ups. Yeah, thanks. I've been noticing the likes and the views and all that stuff has been growing as I just stay consistent with it, so that's been encouraging. It was probably about It's been almost 2 months. Not quite yet 2 months, but I had like maybe 6 subscribers not that long ago. So that's great. Happy that there can be a place for people to stop by and have that place be here. I'll be here, so. That's great, man. 1 away from 90. Currently working on some back-end infrastructure code, so there's not a whole lot of front-end changes. What's going on, Programming Flow? Thanks for stopping by, man. Thanks for letting me use your playlist. MS says, I mean, like the other vibe coders, there's one guy that is very over the top. You're doing great. Thanks, man. Yeah, I've subscribed to a couple other vibe coders that are sort of like the, I don't know, setting the trend a little bit here. What auth are you using? Clerk? I am not using Clerk. I'm not using an auth. My current stack is, you know, GitHub for version control and Supabase for backend. I think maybe that's the question you're asking. If I had to choose a skill, either front end or back end, I would absolutely choose back end, because I feel like front end is just could be so much more automated, especially today, whereas back end still requires a pretty sufficient amount of understanding for someone like me, anyway. Here's the full picture, migration status. Yeah, I'm working on a limited budget here, so I'm just using whatever I've found to be like a decent free tier. And Supabase offers me what I need for the time being. I'll look into Convex. I might play around with it using for another project. I'm using the Pro subscription. I have Claude Pro, and my current usage is not a concern to me right now. I got some credits, $100 credits I just saw come through because Fable 5 requires you to now have credits, I guess. I don't know. I've never really had an issue with token limits. Not yet, anyway. I'm sure I will at some point. I'm all about token optimization, token preservation. That's a good point. I agree with you on not needing to use Fable 5 for everything. I'm using Sonnet actually right now. It was set to Fable when I first started, and I set it to Sonnet because I realized I really didn't need it. I was using Vercel for something that had to do with this application. I think I'm using Vercel for let me see for a second. I'm using Vercel for my website, but I'm not using it for my actual application. So Vercel I am using when users enter their information to download the beta app. So when I go to my website and users go here to get early access and they type in their information and they click get access, I'm using Vercel somewhere in that workflow where an email will be sent to whoever signs up, but it's using Apple Store Connect API to then directly send them a download link, as opposed to me receiving the email and then having to manually send them the download link. So Vercel is in there basically performing that action for me. So I'm using Vercel for that. I need to grab something. I will be right back. But in the meantime, here's a Lex Fridman podcast. Let me find something good.
The following is a conversation with Peter Steinberger, creator of OpenClaw, formerly known as Moldbot, Claudebot, Claude.
I just gotta run in my car real quick and grab something.
Is Claude, spelled with a W, as in lobster claw. Not to be confused with Claude, the AI model from Anthropic, spelled with a U. In fact, this confusion is the reason Anthropic kindly asked Peter to change the name to OpenClaw. So, what is OpenClaw? It's an open source AI agent that has taken over the tech world in a matter of days, exploding in popularity, reaching over 180,000 stars on GitHub, and spawning the social network Moldbook, where AI agents post manifestos and debate consciousness, creating a mix of excitement and fear in the general public, in a kind of AI psychosis, a mix of clickbait fear-mongering and genuine, fully justifiable concern about the role of AI in our digital, interconnected human world. OpenClaw, as its tagline states, is the AI that actually does things. It's an autonomous AI assistant that lives on your computer, has access to all of your stuff if you let it, talks to you through Telegram, WhatsApp, Signal, iMessage, and whatever else messaging client, uses whatever AI model you like, including Claude Opus 4.6 and GPT 5.3 codecs, all to do stuff for you. Many people are calling this one of the biggest moments in the recent history of AI since the launch of ChatGPT in November 2022. The ingredients for this kind of AI agent were all there, but putting it all together in a system that definitively takes a step forward over the line from language to agency, from ideas to actions, in a way that created a useful assistant that feels like one who gets you and learns from you in an open source community driven way is the reason OpenClaw took the internet by storm. Its power, in large part, comes from the fact that you can give it access to all of your stuff and give it permission to do anything with that stuff in order to be useful to you. This is very powerful, but it is also dangerous. OpenClaw represents freedom, but with freedom comes responsibility. With it, you can own and have control over your data, but precisely because you have this control, you also have the responsibility to protect it from cybersecurity threats of various kinds. There are great ways to protect yourself, but the threats and vulnerabilities are out there. Again, a powerful AI agent with system-level access is a security minefield, but it also represents the future, because when done well and securely, it can be extremely useful to each of us humans as a personal assistant. We discuss all of this with Peter, and also discuss his big picture programming and entrepreneurship life story, which I think is truly inspiring. He spent 13 years building PSPDFKit, which is a software used on 1 billion devices. He sold it, and for a brief time fell out of love with programming, vanished for 3 years, and then came back, rediscovered his love for programming, and built in a very short time an open source AI agent that took the internet by storm. He is, in many ways, the symbol of the AI revolution happening in the programming world. There was the ChatGPT moment in 2022, the DeepSeek moment in 2025, and now in 26, we're living through the OpenClaw moment, the age of the lobster, the start.
That was pretty interesting.
That AI-generated code is production ready by catching errors at that particular stage of the process. It integrates into existing CLI coding agent workflows, and even though the coding models are getting smarter and smarter and smarter, they still do hallucinate, they still do make errors. And CodeRabbit CLI is a backstop for hallucinations and logical errors from AI coding agent-generated code. So, install CodeRabbit CLI today at coderabbit.ai/lex. That's coderabbit.ai, like refactoring gigantic code bases. This is what they focus on. This is what they do well. Also, multi-agent. For example, they have a layer of 3,600 cooperative agents. You know, a lot of the excitement that we're talking about in this very podcast and in general in the industry and on X and on podcasts is the scale of just a handful of developers. When you're talking about a gigantic code base, that requires a set of tooling that can handle the gigantic context, that can handle individual people going in and being able to orchestrate the large scale refactoring, code generation, managing dependencies, runtime validate, all the testing that you have to do to be able to go in there and to be able to handle that. There's just a whole set of tooling that requires a lot of care, and Blitzy does a good job of that. If you want to learn more or speak to a member of the team, go to blitzy.com/lex. That's BLITZY.com/lex. The future of autonomous software development is here. This episode is brought to you by Shopify. I don't know why every time it brings a smile to my face. Yes, it is a platform designed for anyone to sell anywhere with a great looking online store, but of course every time I end up talking about the Shopify engineering, which is the tech behind the magic. And the humans behind the tech behind the magic. And I got to meet some of those humans. And I get to talk to some of those humans, and they're incredible human beings. And speaking of incredible human beings, of course, I always end up talking about Toby, who's a great engineer, who's doing a lot of agentic AI engineer. He still codes, still legit programmer in the details. That is what great CEOs are made of. DHH, also mentioned in this conversation, with a bit of love from Peter. Everybody loves DHH. Well, some people online are maybe don't show their love in the obvious ways, but underneath it there's deep love, and there's always respect and appreciation for how legit of a programmer he is, how sharp and witty and insightful his opinions and analysis is, and how great of a builder he is, an explorer, and constantly evolving and trying new things. And I think that spirit represents Shopify engineering. I just love using software that is built by great engineers. So that is just such an important foundation of a great business. It's probably two things: is making sure you're keeping every individual customer happy, customer focus. And then on the back end, making sure there's the tooling, the infrastructure that makes that possible. That's where the engineering comes in. Anyway, sign up for a $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/Lex. That's all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/Lex and take your business to the next level today. This episode is brought to you by the thing I'm currently sipping on, Element, LMNT, my daily zero sugar and delicious electrolyte mix. I don't think I can live without Element. I can't quit you. Yeah, it's just delicious and incredibly important to my health, my well-being, my energy levels, just how I feel when I'm fasting, when I'm doing the crazy things emotionally, physically, mentally, all the programming stuff. I didn't almost sleep at all last night, and just fasting, just feeling good. Electrolytes are such an important part of that. Making sure you get the sodium, potassium, magnesium.
Alright, so I am going to start creating some music that I will be storing in the database that I just created. And the first track that I'm going to be generating will be an ambient track. A calm, cinematic, introspective atmosphere. The app's default category. It's suitable for any spoken word content and any listener. Lush, synth pads, atmospheric electronic textures, subtle, melodical movements. Soft synthetic elements with deep reverb tails, 60 to 80 beats per minute, laid back down tempo, steady fluid rhythm, not aggressive. And let's see what 11 Labs created for me. I'm not really too thrilled, and it's kind of short. I think I need to generate something longer. Alright, so what we're doing here is creating an ambient track, and then we're also creating what is the other one? Focus. Now we want to create something for focus. Let's make it 4 minutes. like that a lot better. Alright, let's try ambient again, but this time at 4 minutes.
That was cool, but I wanted images. So I often use images when I prompt. I think it's such an efficient way to give the agent more context, and they're really good at figuring out what I mean, even if it's like a weird crop or screenshot. So I used it a lot, and I wanted to do it in WhatsApp as well. Also, like, you just run around, you see like a post of an event, you just make a screenshot and like figure out if I have time there, if this is good, if my friends are maybe up for that. It's like images seem important, so I worked a few more hours to actually get that right. And then it was just, I used it a lot. And funny enough, that was,
Thanks, Passion Brains. Trying to come up with some good music options. In my previous live streams, the last two, I was using non-copyrighted music catalog sources, but they just were so bad. All the options were just not good. All the instrumental tracks, horrible. So that's when I decided that I was just gonna create a database, host my own AI generated content, because I could have a lot more control. Now I could host them locally, and maybe I should have done that, but I think at some point I'll need a backend infrastructure, so that's why I decided that I would just create one. Now I feel like this kind of soundtrack would go good with something like Alan Watts.
Between a person who is aware of an underlying ground or continuum for every experience and every reality. A person who is not aware of it person who's aware of it feels at home in his surroundings. The person who's not aware of it doesn't. The first belongs, and the second doesn't feel he belongs. He feels he's engaged in a contest. Furthermore, one of the difficult ideas to get across and express well in any language which wants to assert a pluralistic universe in which there is no unifying ground. Any language based on that assumption is going to have difficulty talking about relationships. Let's go back in the history of philosophy and look at former instances of this difficulty. The thing that really bogged Descartes down and that puzzled him, he never could answer, was the relationship of mind and matter, or spirit and matter. He had inherited from Platonism and from Christianity the theory of the two worlds, the natural and the supernatural, the material and the mental, the real and the ideal. And what never could be explained by the philosophies of the people who believe that way was how the one influenced the other. How does the spiritual world influence the material? As is well known, all ghosts, all good, well-behaved ghosts, walk straight through walls without budging a brick. Now, if my mind is my ghost within me, how on earth does it lift my arm? When a ghost doesn't budge a brick when it walks through a wall. See, this is the real problem. It all sunk on this. They couldn't explain that. And you see, in just the same way as the Cartesian cannot explain the influence of mind on matter, so a person who works according to the theories of logical analysis can't really explain relationship between so-called things. If he's going to take a pluralistic theory of the universe in which there is no unifying continuum, but there are just these events, you see, there are these things we can talk about in a scientific descriptive manner. How are they related? They obviously are related. They obviously influence each other. But how? Put it in another way of historic philosophical problem.
thing, the ground state wave function has non-zero modulus all the way to r equals infinity, although the particle, the spherical harmonics, are the unique they're the eigenfunctions of this operator with this eigenvalue. So this thing, which we know is such an eigenfunction, its angular dependence must be given by, strictly speaking, a sum. Potentially it's a sum of these for different values of m and the same value of L, but it's sensible to look for them one by one, assuming a particular value of m and L. So the angular dependence, you know, out of that statement up there is this, and all we're looking for right now is the radial dependence. And the radial dependence, as I say, you have to expect it to depend on the energy. I mean, it has to depend on what's in here, which is the energy and the angular momentum quantum number. So that's what we're looking for, and we're going to get it just as we got the wave functions for the harmonic oscillator, stationary states, by studying the equation that this operator, your ladder operator, kills the thing off in the appropriate circumstances. So what we do is we look at the equation which says that AL, AL for the maximum value of L. So we're not allowed to make the maximum value of this is n minus 1. So if we use A n minus 1 on E n minus 1, we get nothing. It's the end of the line. So we look at this equation in the position representation, and so we can forget about that A0 over root 2 because it's just a constant. So what we want is we're going to be looking at I PR over H bar minus, now I'm putting L equal to n minus 1, so that L plus 1, I suppose, is going to be an n over R plus Z over n A0. That operating on U n minus 1 must give you nothing. Now we know that PR is in the position representation. We figured it out. It was minus IH bar d by dr plus 1 over R. So we put that fact into this equation. We have the I and the minus I make a 1. The H bars cancel. So we're looking at d by dr plus 1 over R minus this. So we're going to have minus n minus 1 over R plus Z
Webflow is the only one platform that allows to create production. Right now, it allows you to make Figma-style visual edits on the front end. This is the same thing on the backend side.
Brilliant. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. That's great. I'm excited in terms of the concept to see that, become more robust and usable. I mean, just at a conceptual level, it makes sense like why that would need to exist. So I want to hear a little bit about how you arrived at this concept. I understand, as most startup products, it was not your first idea. So tell me a little bit about what your journey was like to come to where you are today.
Yeah, I think our journey is pretty interesting, to be honest, because it varies a lot. So I have a background in computer science, and my co-founder, Elia, she has a background in data science and AI. I personally worked, after my degree, I worked for a company here in Zurich, which was a company that had a software for 3D modeling, so 3D procedural modeling. So now...
You got third place in the Boltz hackathon, so congratulations. That's a really
Thank you.
awesome achievement.
Appreciate it. Yeah, it was
Yeah.
really unexpected, to be honest. I kind of wrote off the whole thing. But yeah, ultimately I chose to watch the ceremony and like it all worked out in the end. But yeah, it was just it's been surreal actually since then.
What was the moment like when you were watching the live stream and you heard your project name?
What do you mean by no main? So the current project is available for download only via beta. The beta version is available on TestFlight. TestFlight. If I understand your question correctly, I guess this is just the best way that I think about how to answer. I just realized my mic was low, so the app is hosted on Apple's beta, on their beta platform called TestFlight. TestFlight is Apple's official free beta testing service that allows developers to distribute pre-released versions of apps to users for testing before they launch on the App Store. So my application is currently lives in TestFlight. I'm not sure if that answers your question, though. You're welcome. Thank you for asking. All right, so I've generated 2 sample tracks that I have put in the Supabase database. And now I'm going to integrate that database into my application. And fingers crossed that it works.
I was already like sending it. I was already pretty excited about that, like just to mention, because I was, you know, not expecting obviously to win anything like in a competition with like 130,000 people. You know, I just didn't think like, you know, I wasn't arrogant enough to think that like, you know, oh, I might just win. You know, like I can imagine there's a lot of creative people or like great product people who are out there who can provide great products, which they did. But yeah, so like just them mentioning my app was amazing to begin with, and then we just
Hey man, good to see you back. I am still working. I think I've gotten to a pretty good place with the back-end configuration. I'm just running some validation checks, making sure that everything's good to go. Hope you're doing well. I appreciate the visit. Thanks, man. I would love for some other people to gain some value from it. Hopefully I'm able to share it with more people over time. I haven't tried KimiK for coding at all, but I've used it within Perplexity a little bit. I'll use Perplexity, the different models here, as you can see. There's the GPT 5.6 Terra, Gemini, Claude Sonnet, GLM, Kimi. I don't use KimiK 3, I'll use KimiK 2.6. I could use Grok 4.5, Nematron 3. I'll occasionally switch between these models just to kind of play around with them. If I get sort of bored or I'm not really making any progress with one of these, I'll activate one of these models, but I don't ever use them for code. The only thing that I use for code is Claude. I would like to explore using these models for writing code, I just haven't. Operating in a local simulation. Is that what you're using? Are you using Kimmy? No, that's a very fair question. I think a lot of people, um, would reasonably have that concern or fear. I've taken some steps to receive protections for the idea. I'm not showing any source code or anything like that. I have created official documentation that explicitly claims the design decisions around my application. But I think the biggest thing about that is, I don't want to be afraid of collaborating with other people because I'm afraid that they're going to steal my idea. I think that, people are going to be passionate about what they're passionate about. And if they find that they want to copy my idea and work on it, that's cool. I actually am trying to not be afraid of anyone taking the idea because I would really just love to see this thing be built. But that's a good concern. I think most people who are vibe coding and building things in public, are sort of putting themselves out there, and there's some steps that we can take to protect our ideas, which I'm, in the process of doing, such as receiving patents and intellectual property, and protections like that. So I have a little bit of a fear or concern about it, but I'm not letting it hold me back too much. The biggest thing about what I'm doing is I'm just building my application in public because I feel like I want to build a community of people who want to work on building a project using AI, and I guess time will tell. Maybe someone steals it and they make it they make it big, and at the very least I know that I can come up with good ideas. So it'd be unfortunate if somebody were to take it and turn it into something before that I did, but I think most people are pretty caught up working on their own projects. People aren't really passionate, or probably not as passionate as I am, to work on this. So it's sort of a gamble. It's a risk that I'm willing to take, and I'm doing what I can now to protect the idea that I do have. So I guess time will tell if somebody wants to steal it. But I don't think they'll be successful if they were to do it, because I've taken steps to protect the idea. But that kind of fear holds a lot of people back, I think. I remember when I had the idea initially, before AI was even available, to help build projects, and there were always people saying that you should be really careful about sharing your idea because somebody could take it and they could steal it. But I just, got to a point where it's like, if I let that fear hold me back, then this thing is never going to get built. I'm never going to build this idea if I'm just constantly afraid someone's going to steal the idea. So I have yet to have any kind of reason to believe that would happen to me. But I don't know, maybe I'm a fool and building in public is a bad idea. But I don't know, kind of taking a gamble here. And at the very least, I can start building a YouTube community. I actually think building in public is a great way to market the idea and to gain exposure around it. I think most people are more interested in helping, in contributing, rather than trying to copy and steal ideas. I think most people are too busy working on their own stuff. They don't share the same level of passion, and I think that makes a huge difference. But I'd be interested in knowing what your thoughts are. Ideas are cheap. Everyone has app ideas, but very few people have the time, skill, or discipline to build them. And execution is everything. Success depends on your own unique design, user experience, marketing, and consistency. The reality of a copycat is that if someone does try to copy me, they will always be one step behind of the vision that I have. And so building in public wins by sharing the process, which creates a loyal community that builds trust and forms the initial user base. The best way to hide or protect the project safely is just by hiding API keys, never showing database passwords, any OpenAI keys or Stripe tokens during the live stream, keeping my secrets out of the Git, using .env files and then adding them to my Git ignore so they never upload to public repositories, and branding my journey. So I'll have my personal voice, my face, and my live interaction on YouTube, which cannot be copied by any competitor. I just graduated with my computer engineering degree in May. How far along in your computer science degree are you? When do you graduate? So you graduate in 3 years. You graduate in 3 years. So you're pretty early on in your undergraduate education. The reality about computer science, the reality that I faced during my undergrad was that it became very evident that computer science has a pretty challenging obstacle, which is, this advancement of AI. So I think the biggest key with keeping that in mind is that the fundamentals of computer science are always going to be important for computer science students, as long as these institutions are telling you what you need to know in order to perform well with the curriculum that they give you. And the connections that you make with your professors and fellow colleagues, those are going to always be very important no matter what, because as you get towards the end of the degree path, you're going to have to collaborate on projects or capstone projects, and you're going to want to have students who you're close with. You're going to want to have professors who you can reach out to. So I think the relationships that you build during your undergraduate are really important. If you can get involved in any kind of research lab or any kind of club, anything co-curricular where you can make connections with faculty, and the faculty, they have connections, they have contacts with people in the industry, and they will be able to open doors for you that will serve you very well. The sooner you can build those relationships with those faculty members that have those connections, the better chance you have at being one of the people that they recommend you to working for them once you get closer to graduation. You might even be able to get some kind of I want to call it like a co-op program. Some companies will bring in students who are working on their degree and will pay them while they're finishing up their degree to eventually work for them. So those are really good. But the thing about, getting career advice when you're 3 years from graduation is that there's just so many variables that can change during that time. And not knowing like your circumstances, like where you live or like how you're supporting yourself, like all of those things can be very challenging if you're dealing with them on your own. So if you have the opportunity to not, have to Like if you can minimize your expenses and optimize your time focusing on your curriculum and performing well as a student, I think that's going to serve you really well. But what are the kinds of things that you're interested in doing? Like, what made you choose computer science? And it's always good to start working on your resume. Like anything, you want to become an AI trainer. Anything that you can do to add to your resume is going to serve you in a lot of ways. You want to have projects that you can put on your resume. Any kind of co-curricular, like anything that you can do within school where you're working with a team that you can put on your resume is good. Anything that you have done personally, any personal projects that you can put on your resume is going to be really good. Any kind of actual work experience that has to do with your field of study is going to be good. But the challenge about that is it's not always easy for students to get a job or work experience where they can put that on their resume. So the two things that I mentioned, which is personal projects and projects that you work on during your undergrad education, whether you join a club of some kind or you join a research lab of some kind. I think those are the two best things that you could be doing if especially if you don't have any kind of job right now where you're working on any kind of technical job. Like if you're not working like as like even a help desk person, anything tech related, IT, anything like that during your undergrad, if you have a job like that is really good. But most people don't. Most people have to work jobs at like Target or Walmart or McDonald's or at a restaurant bussing tables, or working as a valet person just to pay the bills. And they don't really have like any kind of work experience that's relevant to what the employers are looking for. So you have to create those opportunities within school or create those opportunities on the side in your personal life. And you just have to make time to do those things, or at least get introduced to those things where those opportunities are. Because if you can at least participate in some way, then you can list that on your resume. So one really important thing that I learned as well that looks really good on the resume, if you have a class project, you want to use that to your advantage. If one of your classes is like an enterprise computing design, one of your like co-curricular or not co-curricular, but one of your electives, if you have an elective where you're building some kind of project, then you want to use that project and put it on your resume, especially if you don't have prior experience. I remember on my resume, I put I had two classes where I worked on, I built an application for a class that I had, and I had a presentation for the class. I gave a speech during the class, and that was it. It wasn't even that good of a product that I made. But I did what I could to get an A on the project, and I made it look good. It wasn't really good at the end of the day. It didn't really work that well, but I was able to produce some kind of deliverable for a class that required me to create a project for. And in school, we learn how to deliver whatever the assignment is, whether it ends up being good or not. So you just need to do the same thing on your resume. If you worked on a project in school, then you need to say that you worked on this project, this is what it was about, and this is what I did, and you need to make it sound good, so that if someone were to read it, they'd be like, oh, this guy worked on building some kind of platform that used so I had a class where we were given these development boards for IoT, and we were given sensors that would hook up to those boards. And so I built an application for a microcontroller, Bluetooth board that received sensor data and then displayed that sensor data on a web application. And then I listed all like the languages and what kind of board it was and all the technical details that people want to see. And I hate to say you want to embellish what the project was. You want to make it sound good, even if it isn't that impressive, or even if you didn't do that good of a job. But if you worked hard, then you could use that as something to put on the resume. And I think that served me very, very well. And it made my resume look very, very good. And if you can diversify between personal projects, school-related projects, and whatever you do for work, whatever you do to pay the bills, I think that's really good. You want to have as diversified of a portfolio as you can when it comes to that kind of thing. But there's no perfect method for all of this, and especially in this day of AI, everything's changing. Resumes are being filtered through AI systems. Bro, you mean make projects and make better connections? Yeah, I guess so. In a nutshell, I'm just kind of rambling here. I can only really hear myself talking. So, but that's definitely a good rule of thumb. Do more projects, make better connections. That's going to set you up for postgraduate when you're looking for a job. And you might even be able to find a job during your undergrad career, so that as you get closer to graduation, you already have something set up. And I think all the students that I saw who were doing that were the students that were working in research labs, or they were part of a club. I graduated in May of 2026. So that was what? It's almost August, so June, July. About 3 months ago. I graduated 3 months ago. Computer engineering and computer software, or computer science. I mean, the biggest difference is that with regards to curriculum in computer engineering, you take courses that electrical engineering students have to take, such as like circuit design and circuit analysis. You have to take maybe like 1 or 2 different math courses, such as Calculus 3 and differential equations. You take programming classes that computer science students have to take, but you also take computer science classes that are for engineers specifically, and you learn how to program microcontrollers in embedded systems for lower level devices. So you're writing code that you will upload to a microcontroller, whereas computer science, the curriculum, at least at my institution, all of the computer science students, they didn't have to work on microcontrollers. They didn't have to write C programming for microcontrollers. The computer science students at my school did have to take C programming. That was the main language for all of the students. All computer science students and all computer engineers had to take a course called Computer Science 1 and Computer Science 2. And Computer Science 1 was programming in C, but programming data structures, like linked lists, all the way up to binary search trees, hash tables, and things like that. But the difference with computer engineering in the sense of programming is that we had to write code that would basically be uploaded as firmware to a microcontroller. We also had to design a PCB board, a printed circuit board. So it's a little bit of PCB design as well. This is a breadboard, and on this breadboard I've got a bunch of wires. There's maybe like there's like several resistors here, and here's a capacitor. So these are just like electronic components or whatever. So in computer engineering we would have to design circuits like this and use these kind of components. Which I really enjoyed. I do enjoy doing that. means your major focus is on digital logic design and linear algebra. Yeah. Linear algebra was not a requirement, though. But there is linear algebra in many of the advanced STEM courses, especially machine learning. But digital logic design for sure. What courses are you taking this fall coming up, assuming that you're enrolled in classes? That's a pretty deep question. I think, the best response I can come up with right now is to just do the best that I can to achieve some stability in life. I think, just being able to pay my bills, being able to eventually, buy a house, be able to take care of my family, be somebody that my family can depend upon. I definitely have like some more personal aspirations. I'm actually considering joining the Navy. I'll be trying out for an officer program in the Navy in a couple months, just to see if I can get in. It's for an officer program. It would be for cyber warfare engineering, which is basically where the U.S. military, I would be trained by the U.S. military to become an ethical hacker. That would be a very appealing path for me. I've been doing some physical training, and at some point I'll do some academic studying for the tests, but that won't be for a couple months. And I think I would be interested in pursuing that kind of route. I've always found hacking to be a very exciting, adventurous path. I've always enjoyed going places where I'm not allowed to go, doing things that I'm probably, not allowed to be doing. So I find that appealing. I find it exciting. I've always been an adventurous person. And that's why, building a startup is also an exciting thing for me. I want to do something that excites me, that makes me feel like I'm on an adventure. This whole YouTube thing just kind of came about all of a sudden recently. I didn't even know that I wanted to do this. I don't even know where this is going to go. It could potentially work out and I start building a YouTube community, and I find success here. I'm not too sure, but I am going to continue to live stream my journey working on my vibe coding project as well as my hardware security project. I don't know what will come of it, but I'm willing to see what could become of it. And there's some advantages, I think, to starting something like this, such as if things don't work out working for corporate America, then perhaps I can start my own career path by building a community on YouTube. But I'm not really sure. I'm sort of going through a phase right now where I'm, taking a step back to try to really understand what it is that I want to be doing, because I'm not really sure. I want to be able to provide for myself, provide for my family, and do something that excites me. And I spent the last few years in school, and now I finally have an opportunity to catch my breath. So but when I first started going to school, it was because I wanted to learn how to build some kind of hardware and software solution. I really was interested in Fitbits. I thought Fitbits were so cool. I thought, I want to build the next Fitbit. I want to get involved in a startup. I want to get involved in something exciting, something where I feel like I'm making an impact in some way, changing the future in some way. I was inspired by the PayPal Mafia several years ago. I thought it was like the story. I thought it was really cool, that all these guys, they got together, they built this company, and then all of those people who were the leaders in that company went off to go start companies in different areas in technology, and I thought that was pretty inspiring. So I thought, well, maybe if I start going to school and I learn how to build hardware and software technology, then I'll be equipped with the knowledge and the skills to build my own technology. And that was what got me interested in school. And then while I was in school, I actually became interested in cybersecurity, and that's when I kind of pivoted towards security. And I do another stream on here where I break encryption algorithms using a technique called side channel analysis. And so I've been not doing that kind of stream as much as I've been doing the vibe coding streams, because it seems like the vibe coding streams are a little bit more popular. But I still enjoy doing the hardware hacking. I think, if I had to really choose which one I wanted to do, go down the software development path using AI or go down the hardware hacking path, I would probably want to go down the hardware hacking path, just because it's a lot more niche and mysterious to me, and that's the kind of thing that I like. I think that'd be pretty cool, especially in this day and age, this digital information age, when privacy and security are so important. I think, having the skills and the knowledge on how to defend information is so important. And so becoming an ethical hacker, I think, would be an extremely valuable career path, especially as information and privacy become that much more compromisable with all of the tools that are out there for people to weaponize information. So ethical hacking, hacking in general, understanding how to protect yourself and how to protect others from cyber crimes, I think is incredibly valuable, and it definitely interests me. Yeah, what's going to happen when AI is doing cybersecurity? What is going to happen when AI starts doing cybersecurity? I mean, it already is. Mythos at CISA. I don't know if you heard about that, but recently this happened. U.S. Cyber Agency is using Anthropic's Mythos to audit government code. Cybersecurity agency is using AI. So to your comment, if AI does cybersecurity, I mean, that's already happening. I mean, within this context here, CISA's team is scanning government code repositories for bugs. NSA has also been reported to use Mythos despite government blacklists. So what else are they using AI for? The scanning is being done by CISA's attack surface evaluation team. Anthropic has had a tumultuous relationship with the U.S. government. AI cyber security solutions. Use machine learning, behavioral analytics, and automation to detect, prevent, and respond to threats in real time. I mean, you've got a point there, Cogito. You got a point, because AI could be used as an attack vector. It could be used as a way to defend an infrastructure. So where does the human play a role in that evolution? So where does the human play a role in the evolution of cybersecurity and AI? Bro, I mean the future when a single person handles the whole system. They bridge the gap between machine and automation in real-world realities. I have no idea what's going to happen in the future. I can speculate. In fact, I will speculate. But I could be way wrong. I think we'll get to a point where I don't know. I think having an overconfidence in AI is dangerous, but I also think that underestimating it is also dangerous. My professor told me, and he told our class, that anything that you need a keyboard and a mouse to do, AI will basically replace that person. The only thing that AI cannot replace right now is somebody who needs to use their hands to plug things in. Those who build and solder electronics. So things like robotics, people who build robots. But, I mean, I guess you could say that robots are even capable of building robots. Alright, yep, you're good. I'll be here. AGI. That's a great question. So here's a couple thoughts about AGI. AGI, and these aren't my own original thoughts, but thoughts from somebody who I consider to be a very credible individual. His name is Dr. Federico Fagin. He is the inventor of the CPU. Fagin argues that AGI is logically an impossibility if defined as a machine with human-like understanding. AGI can never have true intelligence or awareness. Computers only manipulate symbols, data, and mathematical formulas. They process structural information but completely lack the capacity to experience, which includes subjective feelings such as the taste of chocolate or the feeling of love. Intelligence requires consciousness. True intelligence and understanding cannot exist without consciousness. AI is simply a mirror that reflects human logic. It mimics the resembled outcomes of intelligence without experiencing it. Many people theorize that scaling AI on quantum computers will spark machine consciousness. So I think this, combination of hardware and quantum are incredibly intimate to this idea of AGI. There's a theory called information processing, quantum information processing, and essentially Fagin argues that humans are quantum fields, and he argues that the human body and brain are just physical classical avatars or machines, and our true self is an underlying quantum field. And in quantum physics, there's this theory called the no-cloning theorem, which dictates that a quantum state cannot be perfectly copied because human consciousness and private experiences are quantum natured. A human mind can never be downloaded, copied, or uploaded into digital AGI. So in short, humans are irreducible, quantum-driven beings of meaning and passion, while an AGI, even one running on a quantum computer, will always remain an empty, mechanical simulator of logic. So I think if we're ever to get anything close to AGI, we'll need to have quantum computers. The debate over artificial general intelligence machines that can match or exceed human cognitive capabilities across all domains divides scientists, philosophers, and tech leaders into two distinct camps. So the breakdown of primary arguments for and against the possibility of and safety of AGI include the computational brain. Proponents argue that the human brain operates on electrical and chemical signals. Therefore, its networks can eventually be modeled in silicon or quantum hardware once computing power scales sufficiently. Proponents believe that AGI could solve humanity's most complex challenges. It could rapidly discover cures for diseases, reverse climate change, and optimize global economies far beyond human capacity. There's a lot of arguments for AGI, that it's completely viable, and then there's other arguments that are against it, that AGI is either a scientific impossibility or it could be an existential threat to humanity. So, I don't really have an opinion, because I don't have any of my own firm conclusions about it. There's a lot about it that I don't understand, and I don't like to have conclusions about things that I don't understand. So the CEO of Anthropic said powerful AI systems capable of outperforming humans at almost all tasks will emerge by late 2026 or early 2027. Sam Altman predicts highly autonomous systems capable of acting like an intern-level AI research assistant by late 2026, with true AGI arriving before the end of the current U.S. presidential term. Elon Musk continues to target a highly aggressive timeline, aiming for a 2026 arrival powered by xAI's massive 1 million GPU computing cluster. Shane Legg at Google DeepMind has maintained a highly consistent probabilistic stance, giving a 50% chance of minimal AGI arriving by 2028. What AGI actually means in 2026. The definition has shifted away from science fiction concepts of sentient conscious machines towards concrete operational milestones. The autonomous coder milestone, an AI capable of entirely replacing a human software engineer. And the multi-hour agent horizon, AI agents that can be given a goal and autonomously execute complex 50-plus step computer tasks over 2 to 3 hours without failing. I haven't really spent much time thinking about AGI. The only time I remember actually thinking about it was when I was listening to Federico, who was the inventor of the CPU, talk about quantum computing machines. And his argument is that AGI is not possible, and the only way to actually get close to achieving it, like true AGI, is through quantum computers. There is no single universally agreed upon definition of true AGI, but in the scientific and philosophical communities, it refers to a machine that possesses the full scope of human cognitive abilities. So my question back to you is, what do you think AGI is? Given that there's no universally agreed upon definition of true AGI, when you asked the question, what did you have in mind when you asked that question? What were you thinking of? Opus or Sonnet? I think I'm using Sonnet right now. Yeah, a lot of people are saying that, we're very close to achieving AGI, But I mean, I guess it just depends on like what definition of AGI somebody is referring to when they're talking about it. Thinkers like Dr. Federico Fagin draw a hard line. Many computer scientists believe that if a machine acts perfectly intelligent, it's AGI. However, philosophers argue that true AGI requires sentience, understanding, and subjective expertise. Without consciousness, a machine doesn't actually know what it's doing. It is merely a highly advanced simulator of human logic. The 5 levels of AGI were established in a landmark framework published by Google DeepMind researchers. Level 0. The indicators cover 9 domains of human ability, each assessed on a 5-level scale. Level 0. The 5 levels of AGI were established in a landmark framework published by Google DeepMind researchers to clearly track humanity's progress towards true AGI. The framework measures AI based on 2 dimensions: performance and generality. Performance, how well it does a task compared to humans, and generality, how many different types of tasks it can perform. Level 0, no AI. Definition, calculator-style software or traditional computer code. Level 1, emerging AGI, where we are now. Definition, equal to or slightly better than an unskilled human at general tasks. Characteristics, can converse, write essays, code basic programs, and synthesize text across multiple topics, but struggles with deep reasoning, reliability, and complex planning. Level 2, competent AGI. The definition, at least at the 50th percentile of skilled human adults on general tasks. Can autonomously handle multi-step workflows, troubleshoot its own errors, and reliably perform common knowledge work tasks without human handholding, such as basic accounting, data analysis, and standard software engineering. Level 3 is expert AGI. Definition, at least the 90th percentile of human skilled labor on general tasks. Characteristics, outperforms the vast majority of humanity across all domains. It can write world-class poetry, diagnose rare medical anomalies better than most doctors, and architect complex corporate software systems seamlessly. Virtuoso AGI, which at least the 99th percentile of skilled human laborers on general tasks. And then level 5, superhuman AGI, outperforms 100% of humanity at all tasks. It does not just match the best humans, it completely surpasses the collective capabilities of the entire human species. It can understand, invent, and manipulate concepts, math, and physics that the human brain is physically incapable of comprehending. You're asking some tough questions, man. Tough questions. How's it going, account 4249? Thanks for stopping by. This is a dual audio player application. It allows a user to select one of their favorite audiobooks or podcasts while simultaneously playing their favorite kind of background music that satisfies whatever kind of mood that they're interested in creating. So if you're going on a run and you need something to energize you while you listen to one of your personal development books or even one of your software development books, anything that's going to energize you, you can select as background music. Or if you're driving a car and you just want to listen to something chill and relaxing, you can select like a chill or an ambient background music to go along while you listen to a podcast of your preference. So it's a dual audio player application that enhances a listener's experience to an audiobook or a podcast. I am using Perplexity, but I'm also using Claude Code. I've been using Perplexity for a while, so it's just I'm used to it. I don't use Perplexity to write any code. I just use it to help me refine my prompts to Claude. And Perplexity has access to my database. Perplexity has access to my GitHub repository. So it has contextual awareness of the project that I'm working on. Passion Brains, I appreciate the comment there. Kajito, bro, if you make tutorials on how to use AI in a better way, then I think it works. What do you mean by that? Why can't you use Claude Code to make prompt better? I probably could. I could probably use Claude Code as well. I just haven't really used Claude more than just having. I just got Claude like maybe a month ago. So I'm still kind of figuring out what I'm doing. Yeah, I'm open to new ideas. I can connect Claude to GitHub, right? If I go to connectors. Oh yeah, there it is. GitHub integration. Connect. Let's do that. Connect. I appreciate that suggestion. I will try using Claude for prompting more often. Kojito, you think I should make some YouTube tutorials? I'd be happy to make some tutorials, or I want to make some other videos. Really, I just want to document like my experiences, like what I'm doing. I just graduated from college with my computer engineering degree. I'm looking for some job opportunities. I've had some interviews, but I've just kind of taken a pause. I am training for a position, an officer position with the Navy. So I'm just kind of getting ready for that test. It'll be a cyber warfare engineering. So it'll be more hacking, ethical hacking type stuff. There's no guarantee that I'll get the position, but I have been preparing for it. And since I just graduated, I will be able to go in as an officer. For sure. That's the plan. I've been going at this for a good 6 hours. IX, I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Not sure where this YouTube journey will take me, but I'm here for it. You need to blast your own way. Make some app or some software as a service profitable. No needed 5.7 box. 5.7. Are you referring to the living quarters? 5.7. 5 feet by 7 foot. I don't know. I just like the idea of being trained as an ethical hacker by the military. That sounds pretty cool. There's no guarantees that it's gonna manifest for me, but I am interested in seeing if that could be a viable path for me. Oh, yeah, for sure. 9 to 5. I agree. You know, there's lots of people out there that do it. They work respectable, honest lives. They live respectable, honest lives, but I just don't know if that could be me. Not saying the respectable and honest part. What I mean is the 9 to 5. I don't know if that could be me. I don't think I would have started this YouTube channel if I didn't think that there could be something that could come from this. I'm not sure what it will be, but whether it's monetizing my YouTube channel or building a community of people who are on a similar path that I'm on, I don't know. I do not know where this will lead me, but I've decided that I will give it a try, and you know what? I'm pleasantly surprised with the amount of results that I've gotten in terms of like the people who are engaging with me in the chat, like yourselves. I'm seeing my YouTube videos, like my shorts, starting to get more views. I actually made a Discord channel. I'll drop the link. Give me a second. And you can message me through this Discord, or you'll see my Discord name. I currently have some guardrails because I literally just made the Discord like last week, and I haven't had a whole lot of time to really set it up, but I realized that it would be a good way to connect with people, so I went ahead and set it up, even though I haven't really spent much time building the structure for it. Sweet, man. I appreciate that. I'd be down to hop on a call, but a little bit later, because I got to wrap up the stream. I've got to be somewhere by 6:30, so I'll tell you what, I can give you a holler once I wrap up the stream, if that's cool, because I'm trying to, like, my brain is running on fumes right now.
Yo,
How's it going?
chillin'. What's up, bro?
Same. It's 5:45 in the morning.
Oh, really? You're EST?
Yes.
Interesting. Where are you from? New York?
Florida.
Oh, really? You go to school there?
Yeah, I just graduated in May.
CS?
CPE, computer engineering.
Interesting. Were you born in Florida?
No, I was born in the Midwest,
Oh, wait, really? Where?
Nebraska.
Oh, damn, I'm from Minnesota.
Okay.
Interesting. And what is your goal with the app?
Just trying to build something that sort of solves a problem that I've had personally, which is not being able to listen to an audiobook or a podcast while playing background music.
Interesting. And you can't. I see. How will you import the? Yeah, actually, how will you play the audiobook or? Yeah, how will you add the two different audios to your app? Does it like connect to Spotify, or do you have to like upload it manually?
Nope, I won't be using Spotify. Initially, I had locally stored the audio files just for the proof of concept, because I found myself manually downloading several different kinds of podcasts, audiobooks, music files that I felt aligned within the scope of how I would use the product. And then I realized that the storage was just getting too big to have all the files locally implemented. So then a few streams ago, I decided that I was going to move towards remotely accessing non-copyrighted music catalogs. But all of the music catalogs that I found were horrible. So now I created a Supabase backend where I'm now just generating AI music that I'll store in my backend infrastructure. And down the road, I might end up using. I'll scale it up a little bit, but I'm just kind of sampling it for the time being, using Supabase for like a couple different tracks, and seeing.
Is your goal to make money with this app?
That'd be cool. I'm not opposed to it.
Really? Are you more interested in making money from the app or learning?
That's a good question. I think making money from it is definitely of an interest that I have. I think, like, initially, I just wanted to build it because I needed it, and if anybody could gain value from it, then great. Obviously, the conversation of money is like important, and I want to have it, and I should probably have it sooner than later. But I just haven't found the right way to structure like the monetization aspect of it. I have to really think about what the costs are going to be infrastructure wise, and if I were to reach out to like an investor, I'd need to know a little bit more about what those costs would be prior to reaching out to any kind of investor. I don't even know if I would need an investor, but
yeah, probably not. Can I put you on a method?
Sure.
Okay, basically, actually, do you think this app is the best app idea for you to make money?
Probably not.
Probably not. Yes, that's probably true. If I were you, I would go on TikTok or Instagram. I would scroll for a bit. A lot of these companies, they run like UGC campaigns where they get like random like high schoolers or college students to make videos for their apps. They look like completely normal videos. You keep scrolling until you find one of these videos. You look at the app they're promoting. Sometimes it's like some language learning or like study app. You go on the App Store, you go on their website, you ask Claude to copy this app exactly. You upload like all of the screenshots, like all of the onboarding screens, pretty much everything. Ask it to copy this app one by one. And after that, you publish it to the App Store or the web. You get those same creators, you message them on like TikTok or Instagram, whatever. Let's say you have like $1,000 or $500. You say, hey, you create this new account just for my brand or whatever. You can name it whatever. Tell them I'll pay you $20 per video you make, and if it gets 100,000 views, I'll pay you like an extra $100 or something. You can set up like some BS pay structure. You message all of their same exact creators, tell them to make pretty much the same exact videos they're already making, but now for your app, you get like 3 or 4 of those creators. They maybe make like, I don't know, 5 or 10 videos, depending on if they do well. Maybe you don't even need the next step. But if they don't do that well, or even if they do, then you take those videos, you upload them to Meta Ads. You do like $50 a day budget. The conversion, you like link all of that. You ask Claude to like link all of the conversion events, whatever. And then you can like start scaling it. And Meta Ads is like somewhat proportional. Like the return is somewhat proportional to how much you spend. And basically you have like a test budget of $50 a day. You see which creatives do the best. You look at the creators that do the best, analyze and say like, oh, maybe if this type of person says this thing in the video, it does super well. You get the creators to make more of those videos. And hopefully you're making some sales by now. And once you ask Claude, it sets up like paywall, like pretty much everything for you, exactly as the original app. You can scale up your creator program, and hopefully these creators start getting more views organically. And from these organic views, people convert and then buy your app or service or whatever. And then you just keep making money. You get more creatives, you get better creatives and better creators. You put that into Meta Ads, you increase the budget. And then pretty soon you're making like 10K a month. That is the method. You have to just low-key copy. You just have to look at what is working for other people. Copy it exactly, because you probably don't know more than these people who have like done the exact same thing or spent more time working on this app or idea. You copy that, and you just put like, you probably don't even need that much money, like $500 max, just for like a trial run. And yeah, you could probably be making like 10, 20K a month.
Has that been your experience?
Yes, this is a real method.
That sounds very intriguing. I definitely would like to take some
that
more.
Is,
some more.
This is like the entire. This is all of the information you need. I'm like actually it is like the reason like people are just not willing to do it. People are just not serious about making money. It is like this easy.
All
it
right.
takes time, maybe like a month. Actually, your first few episodes, they'll probably like won't do well. You will probably like, I don't want to like trick you into like thinking this is like free money. Like honestly, you will probably be down like $1,000 or $2,000 before you find something that really works. Maybe like a month or 2 from now. And then the 10th, maybe the 5th or 10th app you make, you're like, okay, this actually works, and then you're making like decent money. This probably won't work immediately unless you have like a trained instinct on virality or I don't know, making apps. Like do not be deterred if it like does not work the first few times. Like eventually you realize like there is a very linear relationship between time spent doing something and success. Like it is objectively true that if you work on something for longer, you will be successful. You just have to decide what can I do that will be highest leverage or be most worth my time. And for someone who is, I don't know, recent graduate trying to make money, low-key this is a real method to make money. Yes. And if you're interested in, like, if you weren't interested in, like, computer science or whatever, engineering, low-key dropshipping. I don't know if you're familiar. Like, people think dropshipping is BS. It low-key works, just everyone's unserious. This is a good method. This is 1, real method. 2, good. It's a fun method. Fun to do. And also, oh, I forgot one thing. For messaging creators, you should always message them through email. It's, like, more professional. And there you go. Any questions?
Yeah,
this will be the last time you ever...
Oh, go ahead. Say that again.
Anything... This will be the last time you will ever hear from me. Anything is possible, bro. Anything. Like, genuinely, like nothing is impossible. Think about something that is impossible. It's not. Like, actually, I take it back. Everything around us was once impossible. Light was impossible. You know, actually, they used to think making ice was impossible. And when someone made a machine that made ice, they thought it was blasphemous. Like it was a disservice against God to make a machine that made ice. Like light, cars, planes, electricity, internet, like generally everything was impossible at one point. And like there's like people misunderstand the difference between what is actually impossible, which I think is bound by physics, and what just has not been done yet. Like you can do it. You can actually do it. Like people like always talk about like these methods are like BS, or like you can't actually make money online. This is like absolutely false. And the reason 99% of people like don't do it is, one, they don't even try. Two, they try but they give up after like their first or second attempts. Or three, they just don't do it long enough. Like I keep like maybe this is objectively true that if you do something for long enough, you will be successful. Like if you do this, I guarantee I will look back 2 months from now. Actually, I lied. This will be the second to last time you'll hear from me. I will check back in 2 months to see if you have made. I do this like once every week. I find some random live stream. I try dropping ball, then I dip. And every single time, actually, aside from one time, 2 months later, they've done nothing because they were unserious. This is possible. The reason they're unserious is because they didn't believe. I am telling you, this is like actually true. This is like real. Do you believe this is real?
Yeah, I mean, I can hear it in your voice. There's definitely something that's intriguing to me, and I'm like, okay, well, there's maybe something here.
It's a real method. Yes, it is. It is a real method. Like you actually, like the only thing stopping you is just believing in yourself and like dedicating, I don't know, an extra 1 to 2 hours a day for a month or 2 months, and like not giving up. Like this is, I don't know. There's no better way to articulate it. It is possible. You can do it. It just takes like, I don't know, some time and maybe like $1,000. If you're lucky, even less. A lot of it is also like luck. I know one guy, actually, one guy, he was like, he found this by himself. No programming experience, like just still in college, like super lucky. The first app he made, now it's making like 50K a month. It's actually crazy. It's like the dumbest app ever. I won't even talk about it. But yeah, it's like, this is possible, bro. Like there's no other way for me to, like I keep saying this because the reason people give up is because they don't think it's possible. Like the most important thing is thinking that this is possible, because it is. It like actually is possible. Even if there's some doubt inside you, no, this is not possible. Like ignore that. This is possible. So yes, exactly what this guy in chat said. Everything we wish for is manifested by our mind, and we create our reality. This is true. Like there is no difference between objective and subjective reality, because our subjective reality is objective reality. Like our vision is made up of arbitrary lights and senses and colors until our brain processes it into meaning. Like our perception of reality is reality. If my perception of reality is that I will be successful, I will make a shit ton of money, I will make this app and it will make a lot of money, that will happen. Like optimism is a self-fulfilling prophecy. You can actually do anything, bro. Like I hope 2 months from now, I check in and you're not making a shit ton of money, because this is all the information you need, and probably all you need is just this information, tiny bit of information, which is like, I call this like condensed intelligence into belief. Okay, actually 3 things. Hard work. You have to work like somewhat hard. But maybe actually that goes into the other joke. This is real method. Are you serious about this?
Well, I'm serious about learning what the hell that process is. You mentioned UGC campaign.
I'm telling you, this is the entire process. Like there's like no more like any information. Like I probably gave like too much information. Like you can find more information online if you're serious. The truth is out there for people who are interested or serious. Like you could actually, like you should be, or the average person should be able to infer from the information I have given how to actually like make money doing this. Like every other step is like better if you learn it yourself versus like me telling. Like I'm trying to put so much emphasis on believing in yourself and like just actually like working for like 2 months, like locking in for 2 months, because that is probably the most important thing. Everything else you can learn or like find online. Does that make sense?
Yes.
You can do this, bro. Can you do this?
I can do it. I'll do it. I will do it.
Actually, you will actually do this.
I'm
hella serious. In 2 months, this is so possible. Like you can rewatch the VOD or whatever. Like look back at whatever steps. There are probably like a bunch of things on YouTube you could find, like how to make consumer apps, how to like make a paywall, how to run like a UGC campaign. Like actually, a lot of people on YouTube overcomplicate things. Things are like usually not as difficult as people think. Maybe you'll find that for yourself. Yes. I'm trying to think. What else? That's pretty much it, bro. Anything I can say is like just redundant.
For sure. No,
it's a real method.
I guess the final thought for me is I just appreciate you making that effort to reach out. It means a lot. Just to connect, share what you know.
Maybe You can repeat the cycle. When I was a young buck like you, there was no one in my my YouTube live stream saying, "Yo, here's the method." I had to get the method from first principles. So hopefully, once you are successful, a year from now, you can go in some random YouTube live stream and then drop sauce like me, and then never talk to them for 2 months, no matter what they say. And then 2 months, you check back in, and they're serious, and then the cycle repeats. This is real. I'm telling you, this is a real method. You should believe yourself. Anything is possible. I do not give up. After 2 months, if you are on the brink of success, maybe I will drop more ball just like to push you over. But if like I check back in 2 months, you've like done nothing, like GG, bro.
Okay.
I'm held serious 2 months from now. I'm setting a calendar reminder.
All right.
All right, Brett. Do you have any questions? You get one question.
Okay, one question.
Optional question.
Yeah.
It's an optional question. You don't need this question.
Yeah, I've been doing this YouTube thing for like the last. It's almost been 2 months.
Keep doing it.
Okay, that was kind of like.
Well, make short form content. Make short form content, and also you like the best way to grow on like any socials is just scroll on TikTok or Instagram. Just copy any video that you like. Just copy it. Like just copy it exactly. And the closer you can get to making it look like the original video, the better it will do. Well, depending, like it will reach more parity to how many views the performance of the original video. Like content creation, like you are against like really like. People who make content are like genuinely like pretty stupid, because if they were more intelligent, they wouldn't just be making content. Like most content creators actually don't make much money, but content is important because it helps you create more influence, which compounds into you making products which help you make more money. So it's important. I think you should do it. Like that's probably like the second highest leverage thing you can do aside from making money is creating influence online. Just copy videos, bro. And like a good litmus test to see if a video is good is if you like catch yourself like rewatching your video and it's like, yo, I'm looking engaged. Like imagine this is a video you would see yourself scrolling or watching like on a normal feed, if that makes sense. Like your first like 10, maybe 100 videos will probably be like relatively shit. There's like natural like process, maybe like 100 first or like 200. Your first video goes viral. And I'm telling you, the first video that goes viral like actually hits like crack. There's like nothing else that will like reach that moment, or even actually first paid subscriber you get in an app. That is like actually a crazy feeling. After that, it's like but yeah, like I'm telling you, if you keep doing something, you will be like you will get like very good at it.
Thanks, man. That's just the encouragement I needed to start the day. So.
It's right now. I'm not even kidding. This very second. This minute, like you should like end the stream, go on like TikTok or Instagram, just like start scroll. Like don't I don't know how, like if you're addicted to like whatever, like to try not to get addicted, or even like go on the App Store or go on Twitter. Twitter is like super good. Yeah, and just like find an app. Like usually like these apps will be like to the untrained eye, it looks like a normal video. That's like the whole thing about UGC. It looks like normal videos, so the videos convert better. Just yeah, look for like a high school, college age student. It might take a while for your algorithm to adjust, but pretty soon, once you start seeing the video, maybe follow the account, and then pretty soon your entire feed. And like every app you see, that is like a new opportunity. I would focus on one app. I would like. This is actually like a decent question. Like lots of people ask, oh, how long do I know before an app is working or not? I think you will know. I like. If you're very new, I would optimize for iteration speed, and I would try doing things as fast as possible. And then once you think you have actually you wouldn't know. Actually, I take it back. I would give you a month just to learn. I think at this point, like the slope is better if you like spend a month learning versus trying to optimize for learning money. I would try making a bunch of apps and trying like to replicate and like understand the process as quickly as possible. Not even a month. A month is like a random like bullshit day. Like just set aside a time period to learn and realize, okay, this is actually how I do it, and here's how I'm gonna do it in the future. And then after that, okay, let's get serious about making money. But right after the stream, like you should low-key end the stream like this very second, and then just gonna TikTok, like find an app or something, and be like, okay, I'm gonna copy this app. That was a lot of words. Does that make sense? Also, I think you had your one question. I can't remember. Did you have your one question?
So when I go on TikTok or whatever, I'm looking for apps that show up as advertisements.
No, they don't show up as that. They show up as normal videos. They look like normal videos. Like you probably can't, like 1 out of every 5 videos you see right now is probably like an undisclosed advertisement. Those are the videos you want to make.
How would I want to search for those?
You don't search for them. You just scroll. You just scroll. Like, how do I articulate this? Like you just scroll, and then you ever play the game like someone says, oh, or like someone's thinking of a number in their head and they say like hotter or colder. You basically do the same thing with your algorithm. Like you see like an app related video, you watch that, and then pretty soon you will get like more precise like targeting for the video until you actually get those undisclosed ads for like Actually, I will. No, I don't want to like pollute your thinking.
So
I
once
will
I
not share
no
this.
once I identify some kind of video that I'm like, all right, here's an application that I could copy, then
You want to copy it exactly. Like, just change the name.
yeah,
And,
but
like
once I
change the name
copy
to like
once I
something.
copy it exactly, I reach back out to the person that posted it, or
Yes, exactly. You find
okay.
there like if you don't have like a relatively there are like two ways to do this, but I would like strongly recommend email. Write like a short email. Like keep it extremely short, like very casual. Like I would low-key suggest writing an undercase so people like one know like they think you're chill, and two they don't think it's AI. Just like a super short email. Like ask Claude to make like a creator contract. Just say, hey, I'm my name, the founder of this app. We're looking for creators to make videos just like the ones you did for the original app name. We're paying creators, I don't know, $20 for a video. I can send more details if you're interested. Thanks, your name. Like super short, like probably even shorter than that. You send it to like 20 creators. Or actually, another method, you go in the following list of this creator, then you message all of them. But try and do email. Like if you don't have like a decently or like a legit looking TikTok account or Instagram account, it's kind of difficult. Which is why I recommend.
And so once
email.
they agree to make a video about the application that I made, and that video gets a bunch of
Yeah,
views, then I just kind of am hoping that people are gonna be funneled towards downloading the application.
Yes, but like the main reason to do this early on is just to get creatives for meta ads. Because how meta ads work, there's also like proportional scaling to number of creatives, to like success of campaign, and this is kind of like uncausal, where the campaigns that are successful are not because they have a lot of ads. It's just because they've been doing it for a long time, and thus they have a lot of creatives. But it's a good way to train your sense, and then also understand what makes good content and how can I run this content as ads. Ads for you are low-key holy grail. In UGC, it's like I don't know, like golfing. It's like if UGC is like if you there's like a random golf ball, you hit it and then it's a hole in one. It like rarely happens, but sometimes it does. I'm like, oh, that's pretty sick. Usually it's like a putt. It's like a short distance that you use in meta ads. It's sick.
And what's gonna
That's a pretty
cost the
shitty
money?
analogy.
What's gonna cost
Paying creators and meta ads.
paying
That's pretty
creators?
much it.
Okay, so I got to pay the creators probably.
Ideally, you do.
Yeah.
You could scam them, which I would not recommend. It is like relationships are very important, and UGC creators there's actually like a very small pool of them. Like these creators are doing UGC campaigns for 5 or 6 apps, and honestly, if you ask them more about UGC, they'll probably be down to tell you everything. They probably will probably. I don't think they know more than me. They probably also know a lot about UGC.
And once the app hits and I get subscribers and I start making money off of it, does that then become sort of like the full-time focus for a while until I offload it, or what's the exit strategy? Is there one?
You find a better app. You find an app that has more potential, or you keep making apps and you just reuse the same strategy. There's no like traditional exit. I actually don't know what you mean. Like,
Well, like if I create an
what do you mean by-
application, yeah, like I create an application, I gain a
Like, you
user.
sell it?
Oh, okay, so
That's rare. Rare. Like I would not like recommend. Like I wouldn't even recommend thinking about exit strategies right now. Like your main goal. How do I make my first? Actually, yeah. How do I get my first paying subscriber? That should low-key be your first goal. And then eventually you'll reach 1,000 paying subscribers, or $1,000 a month, and then 10,000, and then 50,000. And it's like unlikely that the first app you make is going to be the one that's successful.
So what would
Like,
success
I'm telling
look
you,
like to you in 2 months from now? Would success look like, okay, I've
For you?
yeah, like if you were to check back in 2 months and you were to like,
if I were to check back,
how would I be able to
you
like?
have an app that makes over 10K a month, which is very possible, extremely possible actually. Like I told you, this random ass guy, like yeah, just some like actual BS app. Like he got super lucky. I don't want to like share the details, but like bro, his first month he made 30K. Like he has no coding experience, no app experience. He legitimately like just started making. Like I don't know if you're you might be like too old for this, but like making videos yourself. Like he's a younger guy, so it was easier for him. Actually, I don't want to discourage you. You could probably also do that. Like, instead of, if you don't want to spend money on creators, you could low-key just try and remaking the videos of the creators themselves, or yourself. You just want to get, like, everything down perfectly. Like, the framing, editing, cadence, captions, like, how they record the video. Like, people are, like, generally kind of bad of, like, replicating videos because they have a hard time telling the difference in, like, relatively fine details. Like, Yeah, like someone who's very good at this, like they will see a video and instantly, like they'll be like, oh, this caption is down by like 2 pixels, or this guy did not articulate this word correctly, or didn't speak with enough energy. There are a lot of like micro variables that add up into making like a successful versus unsuccessful video. But a lot of like low-key, I will keep saying this, a lot of it's low-key like luck-based, and if you want to create your own luck, you just have to do something for longer, or do it more times.
All right,
I'm talking hella, bro. Trust.
No, it's all good. I'm gonna have to take some time to marinate on this, but I do appreciate you stopping by. I know I gotta.
I'm serious. Like, there's no marination time. You just have to do it now. Like, people overthink things too much, which is another reason why they don't think, like, why things don't happen. And yeah, like, do not overthink it, bro.
Well, I'm gonna have to think about it because I gotta go. I gotta be somewhere at 6:30. It's 6:08.
Okay, what do you have to do at 6:30?
I'm going to the gym.
Okay, that's good. That's actually good. Okay, what are you doing after the gym?
I'm gonna come back here and work on this.
Okay, perfect. Exactly. Also, I'm so serious. I'm never speaking to you for the next 2 months. I hope you have good luck.
I appreciate it. Okay, thanks, man. All right.
All right, see you, Brett.
Yeah. All right, that's it. I'll be back on soon.